Greetings, Evans. Good morning. Can you just comment if you can hear my voice loud and clear? I'm just checking the sound before I can come live. Okay, can you hear my sound? Just want to ensure if I'm loud enough. Okay, thank you, Evans. So, greetings to you and very good morning on this beautiful Sunday. Nice to see you all. Thank you for your feedbacks. Okay, I hope I'll continue with this now. Yes, now I get it clear here. I hope all those who wanted to join have joined here already. Great. So, warm welcome to all of you all. Today, the subject that we chose to just speak upon is to relax, and that you don't need to go anywhere. There's nowhere to reach. What does this mean now? My setup is still going on. Excuse me for that. Great. I would like to have your interaction with you. I'm watching the chat here, so that if anything you need to understand and know about in the moment while we talk about it, you can just post your comment here and I'll be there with you. So, we have often heard this word called relax. Very easy to say relax and settle down, but you know how difficult it is. Now, that's what we are going to just stay with ourselves for a while here and investigate what is it that doesn't make us settle down, and what is it that doesn't make us enter into that space of peace. First of all, this is all only applicable to meditative people. If we have never meditated in our lives, if we have not turned within even once, it's very difficult to even talk about this subject because uh, we won't understand it. That's why this is again for just a limited few of us who can actually relate, and we are trying to go deep within now. Binduji, I don't know why your message gets retracted. I am seeing this from many sessions now. The moment you posted, it gets retracted. I don't know. Probably some word or something that the channel is automatically. There are some automatic words that it rejects. So I don't know what is the word that you're using. You might probably write in Malayalam and I'll understand what is it about. Yeah. So whole thing is about relaxing, and I'm much relaxed today. The subject is such. It's all about, as we know, it's all about our minds. Very much about our minds. I'm going very slow because I want you guys also to just settle down. There should be no hurry to even listen to this. Settle down, simmer for a while, be with yourself, be with the space around you. Within a few minutes, you'll experience that. You'll experience the stillness, provided you are just with me. All everywhere only had happy friendship day messages going on. Everybody is friends with everyone. Nobody is friend with whom they have to be the friends with. Your mind. Have we ever wished our minds happy friendship day? We cannot, because everybody is our friend except our own friend, our own mind. Mind has become our biggest enemy. Simply doesn't listen to us. The practitioners of awareness will always see that stillness. Even if they are chaotic, it doesn't take much time for them to settle down. A little bit of awareness and a little bit of practice also of awareness can still you down very immensely. Even when the mind is very much in turmoil, a small shift and you will see that your mind stills down. It's only for the practitioners of awareness. It's for the very difficult otherwise. Something came to me, I just made a note of that thought. See, it's such a profound thought. The whole world, if you see outside, in the name of spirituality, is talking about Shanti, peace. Peace how? By stilling the mind. By stilling the mind. Listen to this very carefully. Stay in awareness, dear ones. The whole world, the whole processes that you see outside is all focused on stilling the mind, including the whole system of mindfulness. Mindfulness means watching, observing. You're watching your mind, you're watching the thoughts, you're watching your emotions, you're watching your feelings, you're watching your actions, you're watching your reactions. Everything you are becoming a witnesser. So when you witness the thoughts, the funda is that you don't engage with the thoughts, and the moment you don't engage with the thoughts become powerless and the thoughts simmer down. This is what we have only understood about till now in spirituality. Listen carefully. It's all about stopping the mind, putting down the thoughts, shimmering down the thoughts, and achieving shanti, peace, what we call as peace of mind. You would be surprised to know that is not the main goal. The main goal of life, which all the higher mystics and higher awareness and higher truths talk about, is not about shanti at all. It is about param shanti. There's a big difference between shanti and param shanti. Shanti is temporary. And that is what happens when you cut down the thoughts or put down the thoughts or you simmer down the thoughts or you avoid the thoughts. For that moment, you will have shanti. But the thoughts have not gone. Thoughts have not gone. They have just temporarily subsided. The practices that I am very influenced by and very attracted and lured by are higher practices than this, like that, the practice of Bhagwan Ramana Maharishi. I've observed in my learnings from all my travels there to Bhagwan Samadhi and the holy Arunachala hill that it's not just about bringing peace. He's talking much more than peace. He's talking about eternal peace, Param Shanti. Param Shanti is returning to the source. All what I'm trying to convey is getting attuned to that final goal, because when you get attuned to the final goal, you will pass through the temporary goals also. What I mean to say is when you attain or achieve, or when you even aim for achieving Param Shanti or the final goal, you have to pass through the temporary goal, that is Shanti. There will be moments of flickering Shanti now and then. But you will not be satisfied just to stop there, thinking that the destination has come. Many people stop the journey thinking the destination is come. It's a very catchy journey. Destination is still to go. I had been warned by many masters, many mystics. Don't get into the illusion that you have reached. Because many times I thought I reached. I said, no. Even if you have reached, you have still not reached. Because the goal is eternal peace. Do not stop for gimmicks. Do not stop for anything that is limited. That will just hover you in the space of feeling that you have reached. Most of the techniques teach us that. We might have some momentary experiences, some glimpses, some heightened awareness, some siddhis, some powers that might even reflect in our life, and we feel we have reached. It's not. That is where the glitters and glamours of this world is. That is why precisely and what precisely the great mystics always said, do not get stuck in siddhis, any kind of powers or any kind of feeling that you have a power. Do not give any heed to it. Do not even talk about it. Discard it completely. Because if you don't, you will be forced to believe that this is it. Won't be able to go further. So, the final goal that we are talking about must be that eternal abode. It's not easy, dear ones. It's made to believe that it's very easy, that you sit in one sitting and or a couple of sittings and you are there. You are not there. I told this before. I've written articles about this before. You're not there, but you get a feeling that you're there. And you remain happy that something has happened. You might get a glimpse of it, but then you'll also feel that this is it. For that moment. If the urge and the desire is temporary, coming from some temporary experiences or some temporary urges, you will see that the external world will give you that external experience of that glimpse for that momentary, temporary, because you asked for a momentary satisfaction. When do we ask for momentary satisfaction? When we are not even knowing what is all this about. Like the craze of self-realization. It's another trend. It's a craze. Many are running towards self-realization because they believe that is a state which will transcend all their worries, transcend all their problems. For most, it is a space where they can attain some form of happiness, some kind of joy, some kind of peace, some kind of tranquility, some kind of powers. Yes, many people think that. You get powers when you are self realized. You become very powerful. Things become easy. You only have to think about it, it happens. Everything improves. There is abundance, there is peace, there is health, there is wealth, there is success because you're self realized. Basically, if you see, if you ask the world, they will tell you that self realization means power. You're powerful, you become powerful. That is why the rush for it. Because everybody wants to transcend their problems and sit in a position where now they can sit easily and create more, do more, live more, achieve more, gain more, gather and accumulate more, take more, enjoy more, fulfill more. The whole idea of immortality and all that comes from there itself. Longer lives. What for? To enjoy more. It's all about the bhoga. This is what happens when the purification does not happen, and if this thought of self realization comes in, there is a mad rush towards it. Temporary gains. And everything is reciprocal. Everything according to the law of attraction is reciprocal. Whatever you are seeking is also seeking you. This is what the great mystic Rumi said. Whatever you are seeking is seeking you. Means whatever you have in mind, your intentions, your utmost desires, exactly that same thing is seeking you from outside. Means the same thing you are manifesting as you are. As within, so without. As above, so below, Bible says. So if the rush or the urge is very temporary, to find temporary solutions and to find the temporary gains, and an escapism to quickly move on to something, and more higher desires of the gross further after that, not just the gross, even desires of the subtle also, it still desires, maybe powers, maybe fame, maybe enjoyment of the higher realms, more higher dimensions, something more mystical, it's still binding. All these kind of desires, who has will automatically create somebody from outside or something from outside that will give them that experience. It's one's own creation. As the demand, so the supply. Whatever we desire, we have similar experiences from the world. So whenever we say we have had bad experience, a lot of bad experiences in life. From childhood, I've been getting this kind of an experience. I've seen so many kind of experience, bad experience, negative experiences. It's probably because you have not noticed that it's the reflection that you are creating. What you believe very strongly, you create. What you fear, you create. The kind of fears you have in mind, constantly you are looking at fearing something. This might go wrong, that might go wrong. You create. You'll see such kind of people and experiences coming in your life. That is why the path of awareness is so important. That you become aware of every moment. What you are actually creating, what are you generating, what are you seeking, that automatically will seek you from outside one day or the other. How will we know if we are seeking right or not? Just look at your manifestations. Just look at your current manifestations, existing manifestations, or the manifestations of the past couple of months or 1 year, and you'll know what is your frame of mind. Is it to your liking? Is it exactly what you wanted? That itself will give you a reflection. No, this is not what I wanted. Then how it should be what I want? You will immediately see that. You are ready to take actions now. When will that happen? Through awareness. Through a life of awareness. Only when you can stop, still, pause for a moment. That's what I'm talking today about. Relax. Until you pause, you cannot be observant. If you're in the mad rush of the world, some things needs to be done always, because the whole world is proving out there continuously. You are unproductive if you don't do something in this world. You're non-productive, you're useless if you don't do something in this world. You are unsuccessful if you don't do anything in this world. You need to do this and that all the time to prove it out to the world that you are something. So, the whole world is an ego booster because they know the world wants to get something out of you, has to study you first. If somebody wants to get something out of you, they have to only study you wholly, thoroughly. And what will they study? What is it of interest to them? If somebody is with the intention of gaining only something out of you, then all that they will see is your negative points, your weaknesses. Mark my words, your weaknesses. Constant watch will be on your weaknesses, because there is where your catch is. What you are weak, that is your button, and I can push your button anytime. That's the remote control I have. I know the weakness, because the only way to make a person bend down, make a slave, is that button. But I need to know what is the button, and everybody's buttons are different. It's not the same, absolutely. It's not common. Somebody might be fear, somebody might be guilt, somebody might be hatred, somebody might be anger, somebody might be timidness, knave, somebody might be fear, somebody might be jealousy, somebody might be greed. So many factors are there. We just need to know what is the point in that person, catching on which I don't have to even Work on the entire person. Don't have to waste my time on all that. Just catch that one particular point and bullseye. You have hit it. Straight to the point. You convey the point. I want this out of you, and you will get that thing done out of that person. So when the whole world is struggling with fear, you see the whole world is struggling only with two basic things. Either they want something or they are afraid of something. They want something or they are afraid of something. They want something, that's enough. If I know you want something and I know what you want, I can show that to you and make you do things depending on how desperately you want that. Have you seen that most of the crimes in the world happens? How? They see what is your requirement. You want money, and if you are in dire need of money, you have seen people can do anything for money. Desperation. Because that's their immediate or urgent or utmost need. And when somebody comes to know that money is the need, they can exploit them very easily. They need not work on anything else. They have caught that button of theirs. Exploitation. So to exploit, just need one. That money. That's enough. Greed, enough. That's enough. Any kind of fear, weaknesses, that's enough. You're scared of something, I make you scared by showing you that, talking to you about that, or threatening you with that, which you are scared of the most. You'll do anything. That's how the critical world functions. That's how the whole drama in this world takes place. Until you are awake and you understand that point, that my buttons, these are my buttons. Is anybody pressing my button? If you become aware and see your own buttons, that's why I say the whole world doesn't teach you about yourself. That doesn't ask you to go inside and see your weakness. Nobody likes talking about awareness, because the moment you become aware of yourself, you're awakened. And if you're awakened, who can exploit you? Who can exploit you? If you're awakened and if you see what I'm talking right now, if you see that final fine thread and those buttons that has been pressed, and your own weak buttons, if you come to know about it, who can exploit you? That is why you'll always see nobody talks about going within. Nobody even goes and talks about seeing my faults, seeing my delusions, and working on my delusions, because when I work on my delusions and illusions, I become powerful. World doesn't want me to become powerful, because if I become powerful, I cannot be controlled. That's how the whole critical world functions. All the governments are up to this. Observe this very carefully. The governments know this trick. They know the people. What do they want? It's only two things: greed, intense greed, or intense fear. Enough. Two buttons to manipulate the whole lot. Fear. Show them the fear of death. A pandemic. You can control the whole world, nation. Everybody is scared of dying. Nobody wants to die. So you show them death. That's enough. And they follow you like a herd. Everything follows you. Look at how powerful these tools are. During the COVID pandemic, you must have seen what a havoc. Even the superpowers gone. But there were some very mighty beings during this time also taking advantage of the whole situation. How was the pandemic not affecting them? Because they were beyond fear. This is precisely what I did when the COVID happened. The lockdown happened. That is the time I started doing live, and I'm still doing it today. And we were educating the masses not to get fear. We were talking to them that you don't die. There is nothing called death that you need to be so scared of. We were talking about detachment. We were talking about what makes us scared of death. We were talking about what happens after death, physical death. We were educating, trying to educate the masses, while the whole world was in the melodrama of television news and death and havoc and tragedy, scared to death, every single person in every single household. Who's next? Why? Because we could see those buttons very clearly during those times being pressed. Not that the pandemic is not real, but it was over exaggerated, blown beyond proportion, and that caused multiple casualties than the pandemic itself. Who's responsible? This is one small example that I gave what can happen on a worldwide level. This is what precisely happens on multiple levels, layers. You can cut down from not just the world, you go beyond it. You go to a world that is beyond this earth plane. There are aliens attacks. There are so many things that happens from the outer space, galaxies. It is of great advantage to them if earthlings are scared. If they fear, and you can see the kind of fear that is there for aliens. What is fear? Fear is that which we do not know, which we do not have details about. We do not know after a certain point something, and that we call as fear. Like death. Because we have never died, we don't know, or we don't remember how it looks like. So we do not know what happens beyond that. That is why there is fear. Whenever you look at something that is unknown in your domain, which you have not seen and understood or perceived, it is going to cause you fear. And the world will ensure that you don't get an understanding of what you fear. Because there is the power. That is the power that they have. Because if you look beyond and if you stare into that fear and if you transcend the fear and you win over the fear, what use are you to anybody then? You have done it. Would you listen to anybody else? Who can end the fear of death? One who has seen death, experienced death, or who knows about death very clearly. They will not have fear of dying. Can you threaten such a person with death threats? You cannot, because that person is not afraid of dying. Can you snatch away something from a person who has lost everything? That person will never be scared of losing anything because there is nothing left to lose. The fear of loss is gone from that person. Are you seeing how empowering it is? Because that person has studied and understood and experienced what is it to lose everything and have nothing. A person who has not lost things will be the most scared person of losing because he or she doesn't know how it feels once you lose it. So the whole ideology day once should be on looking into those areas into our own lives which cause us fear, which causes doubts, which we do not have clarity upon. Our insight should be always on those areas. So I always say, do that you fear, whatever you fear the most, do that. Because when you don't do that, that's an advantage to your disadvantage, but advantage to somebody else who knows about your disadvantage. That's the irony. Most of the time we do not know our disadvantage, but somebody else, wiser ones, knows our disadvantage and then they take advantage of it. And the irony again is we are not even aware that we are being taken advantage of. I am talking about everyday life. Like the governments, I said. Most of us don't even are not even aware if we are taken advantage of. We will say, okay, they are doing whatever is best. We will never know about the vested interests until we become aware. And why will the powers want to make you aware of your own power? They will never. They will always tell the power is here. Follow this. The governments will say, follow this. Vote for this. We are here to protect you. We are here to guide you. Why? You are fools. You cannot guide yourself. You cannot protect yourself. You cannot live by yourself. We need to tell you how to live. And they prove it to you that they can do it. And you believe it. And what you do is, you give them what they ask for, always. Power. You give your power away to them. Now the power is in their hands. Now they do what they want. And then we say and complain, things are not right. We are being fooled. We are being taken advantage of. Or this system is not right, that system is not right. It's not about the systems, it is about who gave them the power away. Why the power was given? Unawareness. Not aware of it. All the people who try to make people aware of their powers were chased. You can see in history. Anybody who tried to make individuals powerful and tell them that you are God, the God is within you, were killed. Why? Jesus Christ, for example. All that he said was, you are the sons of God. So many did not like it. They said, how can you tell them that they are God? Do you mean that we are going to be out of business? We will get you out of business. Get this guy off. Otherwise, he'll ruin everything, the whole empire. You can see that even in the political arenas, there have been so many people who have been awakened and told about the people about their power. All those who stood up to remind the people about their power were terminated. That's how the world functions. And the whole world claps. We can see the scenario. Avatars came, so many of them. Reformers came, so many of them. What happened? Ram came, entire Ramayana happened. Krishna came, entire Mahabharata happened. Holy scriptures, Ramayana came into place. Jesus came, Bible came into picture. Muhammad came, Holy Islam came into the Holy Quran came into picture. The Holy Bhagavad Gita came after Krishna, which had all the secrets of life. Krishna himself came. What happened? Buddha himself came as an avatar. What happened? Dashavatars. What happened? So many reformers, so many saints, so many avduts still coming and going. What's happening? Man has always remained ignorant. That is why it is a minting place. The earth is a minting place for many. How much time does it take to awaken? Not even fractions of a second, but the deep rooted conditioning and beliefs are so strong that one doesn't even want to look at it. The whole irony, if you see, this whole stupidity is to see that one feels that it is blasphemy. It is stupid to even think that I can do something for myself. We have always believed in some other power outside of us. And that conditioning is so strong, it doesn't take an outside power to come and remind you, look, you Dumbo, here is the power. This is going to get you something. How much time does it take for us to believe? You say, yes, hail. That is what happened to so many kingdoms. Thou art our king. And the kings had a lavish time and went away. The governments had a lavish time and went away. Emperors had a lavish time and went away. And the people who came and slogged like Ram, Krishna, Buddha, Jesus, Mahavir, sorry. Look at their lives. They tore themselves apart just to tell human mankind that you are powerful. And look at the people in power. That's why I say it's a funny, stupid world. And this is going to happen. This is always going to happen. This is going to be there. It's not that some reformer will come and things will change. If with 10 avatars things have not changed, you think one more avatar the whole thing is going to change? It's not going to change. It's only a temporary alignment. It's something that is just preventing the world to go into doom. That's all. It's a tip point that is completely tipping and somebody comes and just straightens it. That's all. They are not going to nullify it. You cannot nullify it because it's duality. The good and the bad. When the bad extreme goes, all that can be done it bring it to balance. That's all. So the bad has to exist and the good has to exist. Then only there's a balance. If the bad goes too much, it topples. If the good also goes too much, it topples. That is why you can see extreme good, extreme good, extreme good. From Kali Yuga, if you see extreme good, it happens in Satyuga. You have toppled into Satyuga. But it doesn't remain in Satyuga. Have you observed that? When it goes out of balance, Satyuga, it doesn't remain there. Then again it has to take another turn to bring it into Dwapar Yuga, Treta Yuga. Now it is coming back again to negativity. Have you observed that? It comes back to negativity again, resets itself into Kali Yuga and resets itself into Satyuga. This is the play of this cosmos. This is the play of this earth dimension. It's never going to stop. So it is foolish to think that we can come and do great service here. We are just mere puppets. We have to understand these higher truths. It's the ego consciousness that says, I am a savior, I am going to bring a change into this world. Bring it. It's only momentary changes and the ego is satisfied, oh, I did something for this world. All the great reformers who came to reform, I will change this country, I will change. You see, to a large extent they went to changing the countries. But then again it will topple back. The man will go. When Rama came, probably at that time, it must have been imagined that, okay, now the things are going to change forever. Yes, all that it did was just balance. That's all. After Ram went, the same old story. And how many times does this Ramayana happen? How many times was Ravana killed? Endless time, infinite loops. It's a loop. Ramayana happens every loop. This is the higher secret. This is which nobody will tell you. Everybody will tell you, let's bring a Ramayana, let's become Ram, let's become this, so and so, so and so. Let's do this for the world. Let's bring a reformation. Let's transform people. Let us transform the world. Let us save the world. This is a part of that mithya. This ideology itself is a part of the illusion itself, the Maya. This Maya itself, this thought itself is a Maya because it will never happen. What is the solution? This is what great mystics, the mystics who want you to get out of this misery, will come and talk to you about. They will not keep you stuck in this world. Do this, do that. Don't do this, don't do that. This is what I am reading and understanding from the higher mystics and scriptures. They ask you to get out of this loop of death and birth cycle, because the moment you have the loop of birth and death, you are bound to come here forever, every time hoping things change. You get born and you see, from the time you are born till the moment you die, all the time you are trying to refresh yourself and become better and better. Something good will happen. It's just a hope that things will change for the better, and you live your whole life hoping that something will change. Now, I am not being pessimist here. I am not saying negative, become negative. No, it's not that. It's good. It's good that you have a positive approach towards the end of life, but the approach should be higher than that. The approach should be to even exit this nonsense play. Why would one want to loop again and again into pain and pleasure? It's suicide. Coming back to earth again and again is suicide. This is what the great mysteries are talking about. This is what the great mystics are talking about. Unpopular. Why? Because everybody has so much of desires now. Oh, with desires, you will get the pleasures, but the pain also is there. Doesn't matter. I'll enjoy it. That is the strong influence of the vasanas. You want pleasures in this earth plane, like Devi Amma told me the other day. She was talking about herself and other souls. She was telling, when I am in a different dimension, all that I thought was, is there some voice that is disturbing you? I'm not sure. Hold on. Just hold on. Okay, just give me a feedback. Are you hearing it still now? Some double voice you're saying? Okay, just let me know if you. Okay, I think it's my voice only echoing. Just let me know if it is happening right now, because I switched off some other devices here. There was a Bluetooth device also running parallelly here. Shilpa Amartya, yes, you're saying yes to what? Has it stopped, you mean, or is it still going on, you mean? Tanu, it's gone. Great. Great. It was a Bluetooth device that was catching. So two mics were catching. Okay. Okay, great, fine. So, can anyone tell me what was the last sentence that I spoke before we went off track? This is going to be a test now, real test. What was the last sentence that I said before going behind the voice? Let's see who is in hyper awareness here. No one. We have to be positive. No, I didn't say that. Yeah, I was saying it's not. Yes, Devyamma, Priyanka, that's it. Yes, Megha, Mayurakshi. Okay, good. Devyamma was telling me the same about her story of when she had taken birth before. She was trying to tell that, but she was talking very fast, so many people could not even understand. So it was talking about when the birth is about to be taken, before taking, it looks all so glorious because your karma is, your prarabdha is going to be something like you are here to serve the humanity. So the soul knows about it, and then when they look at the beautiful earth, it's so pleasant, it's so beautiful. It is beautiful. The earth is beautiful, definitely. From a very high perspective, the earth is always beautiful. Like I say, if you are in a very high state of awareness, even in this earth, you will see the earth is very beautiful. You will see only beautiful things. When you look at that heightened sense of awareness into any people also, or places, things also, you will only see the good things. You cannot see anything bad. So you live in that kind of an experience that everything is beautiful. So they say it is your reflection. It is your own reflection. So she was talking about some practical sense of how things happen when it was looking, oh, we got to go there now, we got to serve the world. It's a beautiful thing and it's such a beautiful place. Yeah, I'm excited. But she says the moment you come into the yoni, Manishya yoni, can still hear? Okay, I don't know what is this now. Let me just try shifting the mic. There are two, three mics in this. I'll keep speaking, but you can just let me know uh, because I don't know where it is. Okay, so what she was trying to tell is the same thing, but there it all looked so beautiful. But the moment she came into the human birth, and then the prarabdha started unwinding itself, it's super clear here. Okay, no problem. Why? Because the birth, human birth itself means prarabdha. It will have positive and negative karma. It cannot be just positive karma. If you have too super duper positive karma, that is too much of satoguna, sattvic gunas, then earth is not for you. You go to a different dimensions, like say Swargaloka. You are in the heavenly realms where you are now supposed to enjoy the fruits of your sattvic karma. Earth is not a place to enjoy that. Earth means there are mixture. Earth means dual. Pain and pleasure both will be there. See, even when Rama chose to come here, Lord Ram chose to come here, they knew, they were aware of the sufferings they are going to undergo. They even were in bliss because they knew their own avatarhood. They knew who they are. There was a bliss, but they also had to go undergo suffering. All the avatars. Why? Because to take a human body itself means dual nature. You cannot come here in the physical body and have only one experience. You are bound to go through both the experiences. But how much you rise and stay above, it all depends on that. Like I always say, instead of the two extremes, if you stay centered, the middle path, all these great avatars come in the middle path. the royal path it is called. They are aware of it. So they don't move towards any extremes, but they move from the center of the path, neither too high, neither too low, neither too good, neither too bad. They are in the center. They are neutral. They are observers. So they are not affected by pleasures, not affected by pain also. So they come with that agenda, but they still are bound by the earthly laws that the duality is going to affect their mind, body, and spirit. But they choose to remain unaffected. So that's a very high vision, the higher end of goals like that. So she was meaning to say that when you are in very high sense of consciousness, it all looks very beautiful. But when you come lower, because coming into the human body is lowering your vibration, however good you are. Imagine, it's Vishnu, the more powerful, the most powerful Vishnu, having to come down into a human body called Ram. It has to give up a lot of those things. It has to now settle down and compromise itself. Why? For the compassion of the humans. So that it can be among the humans and teach them the higher truths. Lead by example and undergo that suffering because they know it's temporary and go off. That's how Jesus came. They all knew all this. So imagine if avatars have a tough time, we are just human earthlings. But Devyama was saying the same thing, even earthlings, you all. Before taking birth, it's excitement. It's like, oh, I'm going to meet this person, I'm going to meet that person, my long lost love, my long lost connections, my long lost places, my long lost pleasures, my long lost experiences that I can have because without a body, I cannot experience anything. Even to enjoy this beauty of nature, I need to have these senses. I cannot enjoy it otherwise. I need to feel the cold, the hot, the warmth, the pleasures. The body is the pleasure organ. That is why the human body is in very high demand, and it's not available to everyone. There is a huge queue for it because you need to have that much of good karmas also to get this human body. But what happens is ultimately, when we are not aware of these truths, we can get lost in it. And that is where the human journey can tumble down, go deeper and deeper and deeper down. What I am trying to say is, we don't need reformers, we just need reminders. People who can just remind us of our true self, that's enough. And if we are all reminded and if we just begin turning within, automatically all the kind of transformation within and without outside also will start taking place. The whole transformation is about that. Remember one thing, the world exists only until you want to make it exist. This was a very catchy teaching that I was not able to follow and understand what Ramana said. Somebody asked him, you are sitting here naked in a loincloth and talking big talks about world reformation, about human souls transforming itself. And go and look out there. There's World War I going, World War II going, 3 bound to happen. There is famine, there is disasters, there are natural calamities, there are people dying of hunger. There's so much of sickness and poverty out there, and you're sitting here in a loincloth, half naked or almost naked, in silence, and teaching people to be in mauna, in silence. What kind of work is this? When we need to get up on our feet and do so much in this world, you are asking them to settle down and still and be silent. When we need to talk, when there is so much of outrage going on, there is so much of violence and there is so much of advantage being taken of, there is so much of abuse happening, there is so much of violence, and you are saying we should not speak against it, we should not stand for it. You are just saying, shut up and sit down. What kind of a being are you? They asked him. He didn't answer them. because they were not ready for the answer. The one who has shifted very far from the realities and the truths cannot be told anything. It's my personal experience also. You tell them the truth, they will not like you. Why? Because it hurts. It can never be understood. These truths cannot be understood because what kind of talks are these? This is because the ego is very dominant. The ego is hyperactive. In whose the ego is hyperactive, they cannot think anything apart than the ego. I'll tell you how. Because those who asked the question to Ramana were in their full blown ego state, thinking that they are the saviors of this world now. They were feeling that if they talk, they do something, they stand up, they are going to change the world. Not knowing that it is a stupid reality. The whole violence that they see, the whole problem that they see in this world exists, listen carefully, exists only when the mind is existing. What is mind? Ego. Do these people who have so much trouble in the world, who see so much of violence and injustice happening in this world, do these people have even a single second of problem when they are sleeping? Same people, all the time agitated, all the time the doers, want to do, salvation, save this one, save that one, do so much for the world, transform the world. When they are sleeping, do they even think about it? 6 to 8 hours of sleep, they are absent. The whole world is absent. The whole suffering is absent. Where is it all gone? That is what I mean to say. These truths have been told in Vedas and Upanishads already. That the world exists till your mind exists. The world can exist only when your mind is existing. There is no other way out. Okay, I really don't know what is this causing this kind of. Okay, I'm really not sure because I checked out the settings. I'm not sure why it is. Still, friendship messages are going on here. And all these are friends whom I've never seen in my life. I mean, I never hear from them. Only once in a year I get to hear Happy Friendship Day. What a fake world we live in. I can't get this. I'm getting it so clear. Okay, there is a delayed. I get it, guys. Thank God. I get it what it is. Now it will stop. Now it will stop. Now it will stop. Surely it will stop. Because there was a side by side YouTube link here which was already on, and that delay. And when I noticed the delay, I came to know it's the YouTube. Okay, good. Now it will go off. Surely it will go off. So the mind, till the mind is existing, what he meant to say is your miseries will exist, because the miseries are coming from the dual world. And what happens in sleep is what he explained very clearly. Look what happens in sleep. In sleep, the mind is not there. So you are not there, your world is not there. Everything is peaceful. Who is there? Only the pure awareness. That's your consciousness. That's your spirit. That's your soul. That is what the soul is, pure awareness. And when does all the problems begin? The moment the mind opens up. The moment you wake up. Immediately it begins. Morning, early morning, you wake up, mind wakes up, everything comes. All your miseries, all your problems, the world in distress, everything comes. Can you see the catch? Can you see what is liberation about? Forget all the other glorious terminology and all the glitters and glamours of those words. Because when you listen to those glamour and glitter, you will feel that you have to do a lot of things to go and attain that. And it is something beyond a reach. Because you see so many people have spent their whole life doing all that. So you feel, oh my God, where am I in this journey? I am somewhere behind. I don't know. You got to do this and that, and I haven't done anything. And here are other mystics say, don't do anything. They are saying the cause of your problem is your doing, your doership is the problem. Look at this very carefully, what they mean to say. The doing happens only when the mind is alert. Only when you're awake and in a state of unawareness, you start doing things and believe that you are doing. The moment you start believing you are the one who's doer, all the sufferings begin there. See the catch. Including all the tapasyas. Because for a tapasya, there is a big doer there. I got to do this tapas. Saw that? And when you go to do this tapas, you will have all kind of problems and challenges coming to it. But the same tapasvi does not have a problem when he is in samadhi or when he is in sleep. Why? Because the mind is absent. So what is the root cause? Root cause is the mind. Chidakasha Gita talks again and again. Mind is the big problem. So what did I start this session with? I started with, we are all aiming through all these temporary tools and methods, only temporary shanti, temporary peace, temporary happiness. Though we have an illusion, the cosmic illusion is, the maya is, that if I do this, I am going to get permanent happiness, but it will never give you. Anything in this world, you observe and see, you want a house, it will never give you permanent happiness. You want a spouse, it will never give you permanent happiness. You want a child, it will never give you permanent happiness. You want wealth, never permanent happiness. You want health, never permanent. Why? Because the health, wealth, success, this, that, everything is temporary. It keeps on fluctuating. It is not in one mode. When you seek health, there is also disease, illness. So it's a battling between those ends. So you are trying to pull to one end and keep only health. Ignoring that, this is duality. That will catch up again and again. So all the time it's like a rubber band, you are pulling it here. Take another simple example, death. It's bound to happen, we all know it. But how much we pull towards life? Only one-sided. Trying to keep alive all the time, surviving yourself. And trying to become immortal, the body to attain immortality. Foolish. One day it will go. The more you pull the rubber band, the more fast it will go back. And the more it will hurt you when it hits back. Why? Because there is non-acceptance of this dual function. Our hairs are becoming grey. We are tensed. The body is decaying day by day. We are tensed. Why? And everything is done to sustain this body again and again. Again, the rubber band towards the opposite. It is moving towards that. What about this middle line? What about thinking that let me accept this whole thing? Let me accept life and let me accept death. Let me accept both the things. Let me accept that I'll be good, I'll be bad. I'm a good person and I'm a bad person. I have both good qualities and bad qualities. When I accept, I move to the center. I'm not caught up with I am a good person and I'll be not caught with I am a bad person. You see, these are extremes again. The ones who say or who feel I have done only good, I'm a nice person, I'm everything good, everything is nice about me, only nice, goody, goody thing. The moment negativity comes, they'll just jump to the other end and say, this is bad, I'm not good for nothing, the world is not good for nothing, my life is only not going well. You'll see both these extreme reactions. Why? Because they're not centered. Why simply not accept, okay, I'm good and I'm bad? When you accept that and you move into the center, whenever you feel good, you'll not be too excited about it. Whenever somebody says, oh, you are a great person, you are a divine person, you are a powerful person, whatever, okay, okay. You don't care about it because you are in the center. You don't carry it away. And if you don't get carried away by that, you will never get carried away by somebody who is pulling you down or any negativities. And say, okay, okay. That's what is called the middle path, what Bhagavan called the royal path. So, it's all about the mind. Chidakasha begins with Jnanis are mindless, no mind. And all the talks of the higher truth talks about one thing. Don't aim for Shanti, aim for Param Shanti. What is Param Shanti? Liberation. That abode is eternal peace. When you return to that, which I explained very detailedly as Sat Chit Ananda. From Tirunamalai, from Arunachala Hill, I had explained that. Sat Chit Ananda. If you understand that concept, it's very easy. If you understand, we have only heard Sat Chit Anand means some happiness. No, don't just go for happiness. It is the outcome of that phenomena. That happiness, that bliss, that Ananda is the outcome of that state of oneness, where Sat and Chit are both together. Who is Sat? What we are calling as you, the soul. Who am I? Who am I? We say, I am the soul. That is the Sat. Chit is what? The awareness of that you. See, I can go deep if you can catch this. You are Sat. You are Sat, the being with awareness. See, I say you are Sat. You are that soul with awareness. You are a soul who is aware now. Now, if I say become aware of your surrounding, become aware of the space around you. Who is the one who is becoming aware? Let's do it now. Just become aware of your surrounding. Just become aware of the space in your room. There is molecules, atoms floating all around. In every point there is. It's not an empty space. It's electrons, protons, and neutrons dancing itself. It's live. It's alive. Completely conscious. It is the Akash Tattva, the sky element. Can you see that? Can you feel that? Become aware of just the space, nothing else. Become aware means you will see that your awareness has gone into the space. It has gone into the space, and now that awareness is feeling the space. Try to feel it. If you are very, very good at awareness and feeling it, you might even feel sensations in the space. This is when you sharpen your awareness. Wherever you put your awareness, you become hyperactive of that space. If you put it on a plant, your awareness, you will see that you are reading the plant's aura. What's happening to it? This is how the great mystics are told that they can read what a dog is saying, what a cat is saying, what a hen is saying, what a plant or a tree is saying. The tree is not verbally talking, but their consciousness is emitting some signals. How do you read it? Through your awareness, what I am exactly telling you about right now. If you just become aware of your room space and just become aware there are atoms dancing all the time. See, there are people, when I was doing this Satchidananda video from Tirunamalai, many people had profound experiences which they wrote back later. In their life itself, they wrote what happened to them. What was happening? Because you were tapping into your own space of Satchidananda. Become aware. What do you feel in the space? You will see that awareness is no more in your body. It has traveled out. It's now your life as though is in that air. It is floating. Your consciousness is in that air. This is what I mean to say. This, go on reading it. Just stay aware of the surrounding, just the space, nothing else. Just the space, whatever you might feel. It has air, has some molecules or some atoms moving, electron, proton, neutron, whatever movement, some vibration, some sound, some feeling, some gestures, whatever you're feeling in that atmosphere. Just become aware of it. Now, while you are becoming aware of it, what is feeling it is your consciousness. You are feeling through this consciousness. You have become conscious of this space. So you are feeling. Your consciousness is feeling. What is your conscious? Chit. The chit is now experiencing this space. Keep on doing while I am saying it. You'll have a real understanding of what I am trying to say. The consciousness is experiencing this space. Try to see what are you experiencing of that space. Not necessarily you have to experience something, but whatever it is, just see what is in your experience. Now, what is happening to you is the process of awareness. You have become aware of the space, and whatever you are feeling in that space is nothing but your consciousness that is feeling it. That is your chit that is feeling it. Now, very important, very important. Who's the one who is feeling this? Who is the one who is feeling this space right now? Now you got a feeling that you are feeling. Who is that you? That is the Sat. That is the self. That is the true you. That is not the mind. That is not your body. That's not your emotion. That is a being who is now sensing this atmosphere. That being is called Sat. And what you are experiencing in through this consciousness is called Chit. Are you getting it? This is exactly how Shiva is experiencing the world right now. That being is Shiva consciousness. The Chit is that consciousness of the Shiva, the being. That is why he is called the Pratham Purusha or the Param Purusha. He is the Purusha, the being. He is just experiencing. You see, you must be having thoughts about something, but he doesn't have any thoughts. He is only witnessing that space. You can just imagine you as the Shiva, this room as the consciousness, or the room as the whole Srishti, the space, Akash Tattva. Inside this space, everything is created, all the galaxies and all those things. So, directly or indirectly, it is the Shiva who is aware of this space and everything that is there in this space. When it is not affected by the mind, now There is a mind right now that is functioning, because for you and me to understand, for me to tell something, I need the mind. For you to even listen to this and experience, you need the mind to listen. So there is a mind at function. Please don't forget it. So you will not have exact the experience of Shiva, because right now the mind is active. Mind is nothing but the ego. So right now what you are in a space of I, the Sat, is experiencing through the Chit, the awareness that you are feeling, but along with the mind, you right now have a mind. Now just if you can imagine, there is no mind, there is no thought, there is no listening, nothing. In this just silence, I'll just go silent for some time. Just see, there is nobody to tell you anything, nothing. You are just yourself, that is the Shiva, and you have this consciousness around you. Just experience what you as the Sat is doing to your Chit, and what is your Chit experiencing. Just feel that there is no mind now. Don't allow any thoughts. Just go into the experience of just feeling what is there in the space. That's all. If any thoughts are coming, just move into the space and experience the space as atoms or molecules or moving electrons. See, I'm not sure if you can touch that space. It all depends on how diminishing your mind becomes in this process. The lesser the mind, the more the experience, and the moment you nullify, if you are able to nullify the mind completely during this experience, then you will only have Sat and Chit, and the Ananda that comes out of this combination is super bliss, is what you call as bliss. Okay, to just enhance this, I will read the experience of somebody who wrote from there. While I was doing this in Tirunamalai, somebody was having, and okay, she has expressed it in through poetry. I don't want to get into the poetry, but I'm just telling the shift that happens. That moment when you have that experience, when you are really into that shift. It might be a fraction, and you get into that space, and it's different. Says, dear Bhaiya, Namaste. Satchid Ananda, aapki sharing sunkar something reached inside as if wanted to experience this. Nothing more, nothing less. I felt I belong to this and this is home. Are you getting this? This is that shift into that moment where you just aligned with that Sat and Chit. And the mind had completely dropped. You felt at home. This home is what we call as Paramananda. You may call that Shivaloka, Brahmaloka, any lokas. Felt like writing something, आपसे शेयर करना चाहती हूँ, आप महसूस कर पाएंगे जहाँ आपको लगे वहाँ मुझे. Okay, this, and she has written her experiencing. What I would suggest is, these experiences will happen, but the moment you translate that into word, mind work begins. That's what I want to say. It's all good, it's all good. Because when you enter that space and you're trying to describe that space, you need to pull the mind as a tool. And the moment you pull the mind as a tool, that experience goes down. That complete experience goes down. So rather, I would suggest, if you are moving into that space and touching that space, stay centered in that space. Whatever is happening, experience it completely. So that is the blissful moments you will touch, and that will give you what is this Satchidananda all about, what this brief thing is all about. Now you tell me, can this Satchidananda be brought by techniques and methods and yoga and all these kind of, it can never touch this space. Because anything you do outside will need the mind, and if your mind is active, you cannot reach into the mindless state. It's foolish. It's opposite. The doer, anything that we do needs the mind. And here we are talking about nullifying the mind. So, Shanti is a state of avoiding the mind, or pushing away the mind, or running away from the mind, or dodging the mind, or shutting down the mind. This is Shanti. But Param Shanti is destroying the mind, dissolving the mind. अस्तित्व नहीं मन का. The aim is towards that. I am not saying I am in Param Shanti, because if I am in Param Shanti, I would have been shut. No mind, no talks. Simple. That's why all the great mystics who, like Mauna Siddhar, if you see, there is a Mauna Siddha who is always in silence in Tirunamalai. He cannot talk, no mind. So even there is no rescuing, saving the world and all that, gone. So if everybody enters into that zone, the world is automatically saved. So what did I say? Shanti is when we distract away from the mind, push away the mind, throw away the mind, or push down the mind, dodge the mind. Mind is still existing in Shanti. It is temporary moving away. So the moment you bring back the mind, you are back into a Shanti. Like somebody said, I had this experience of being at home. Shanti. Now let me describe it. Ashanti. You are moving towards Ashanti. Because you pulled back the mind. You are going into that. And sooner or later it will catch up. Like while writing, maybe you are in half bliss and writing it. Now when you close down and when you try to read it again, or when you try to communicate, you'll see their vibrations have come down. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm saying observe this also, this activity also. Become aware of this. Become aware of the catch of the mind. That's very important. Catch that mind. Mind is the culprit. It will give you all reasons to justify itself. Mind is the justifier. You tell something, no, this is not, it's the mind. What is mind? The ego. Become aware of that thing that justifies everything, including the justification of the experience. It's not right or wrong, but I'm telling you, to transcend that mind, you got to become aware of it. There's no other way. You have to be very careful with the mind. Mind is very cunning. It will even prove to you that even the practice that you are doing is wrong, because the mind knows it is going to die. Who wants to die? In Prakriti, nothing wants to die. The ego doesn't want to die. I was listening to a discourse where somebody was talking to a disciple of Ramana, and he bullseye hit the point and said that, it's this mind that is doing. It should be annihilation of that mind and annihilation of ego. Annihilation of ego means your identity is gone. Your personality is gone. You will not exist as a personality anymore, because personality is ego. And that moment she held the mic and said, I'm feeling scared. He asked why. He said, I'm feeling terrified. My mind is feeling terrified. Look at that reaction. The moment somebody said, your mind has to die, that mind reacted so strongly, because it doesn't want to die. The ego doesn't want to die. He asked him, what do you mean by terrified? What happened to you? She said, I don't know. The moment you said I will not exist as an identity, no identity of my own, suddenly I became terrified. He said, it's not you who became terrified. It's the ego that became terrified, because I am telling the ego is going to die, and the ego doesn't want to die. And this is that same ego, he pointed out, which will keep you involved in the worldly activities, which will keep you telling that, no, do something, because it wants to exist. This is strong even in the people who teach it, because they also don't want the ego to die. Forget killing others' ego, because the own ego has to die. Because the moment I kill the ego, everything is gone. The personality is gone. The whole identification is gone. The world has vanished. And I want to have a place in this world. Why? Because I want to serve this world. I want to save this world. My ego, that is. Can you see the catch? Very sukshma it is. You can only understand if you sit here in awareness about this subject. That is why generally if you just listen to it, nothing, it will seem even more weird. So that's the experience. That experience has to be realized. And see, once I'm telling you, once you realize that, you will see the futileness of all this. See, I got another message from another person who had not seen the video live, but the person saw it later, yesterday or day before yesterday, and was mesmerized because the person had that experience of what that Satchit I was talking from that holy. Because see, from the holy hill, the energies were that way. The consciousness was a different there. I can still remember. And that place is reverberating, that place is itself Satchidananda there. And see, the message was something like, just saw your last video from Arunachala while I was doing my yoga. Suddenly something happened. Tears started rolling down, and suddenly all the thoughts became silent as if I touched that Sat in me, and all the activities stopped. And though I was listening to you, everything else became still and continued for about 45 minutes. I couldn't resume the yogic activities after that. So she was doing yoga and listening to this. And suddenly, what happened, what she's explaining is, she moved into that space, what I was trying to express, what I even try to express right now. Only one thing is, she said, okay, I'll just read it. Just saw your the last video from from Arunachala while I was doing my yoga. Suddenly something happened, started rolling down, and suddenly all the thoughts became silent as if I had touched that Sat in me. Now, just a little grammar thing, that's all. As if I had touched the Sat. No, you are that Sat. You can say, as if the Sat became aware of itself. Are you getting it? And says, and all activity stopped, and though I was listening to you, everything else became still and continued for about 45 minutes. I couldn't resume the yogic activities after that. It seems as if a wheel of peace and tranquility is still covering me. Ongoing experience. Can you see that? Ongoing experience. You move into that space and that carry that space with you for some time. It might have lingered and it might have come down also now. But that's enough. That trailer is enough to let you know that you are that Satchitananda. What is that Sat? Can you see that? How beautiful it is. These are, I'm reading out experiences because it happens. So only thing that, as if I touch the Sat in me, that she says is, that little is, there is no I there, okay? Or you can say yes, she, from her point of view, it's almost correct. As if I had touched the Sat. See, who is this I? When I'm saying, become aware of this space, become aware again, right now, you'll see who the I is. Just become aware of the same space, nothing much to do, just the same space. Become aware of the molecules and how the things, life, it is full of life, just become aware of it, the space around you. Now, as I told you, the one who is becoming aware, become aware of who is the one who is becoming aware. So, what she says on one end is absolutely right when she says, I touch the Sat. I'll tell you, previously when I made you this experience, I said the Sat is there, the Sat is experiencing the consciousness. When I say you are experiencing the consciousness, but I also said there is mind along. So when the mind is there, this is the false I. So let us now technically remove the Sat here. because Sat is that Shiva consciousness, very deep and very profound. And what did I say? Sat means there is no mind at all, absolutely no mind. So let us say now we are people who have minds. So we let us not boast that we are Shiva. Practical spirituality. Okay? Just one second. So what is practical spirituality? I am not Shiva yet. I have not realized that. I am not the one Shiva without the mind, because all the time, even while doing this practice, I am listening to you. The mind is active. Okay, let's forget the Sat. The I is there. The I is the one who is experiencing the consciousness. Let us go this way. And this is very truthful to what this person has written. Good. Now the I is there. I is this mind. Now the mind is experiencing this. Okay. Take this now. Now experience it again, the space. Just become aware of the space around you. Now, in the room, there are many materials around you. Just become aware of the materials also. Don't look at them. Keep looking at the screen only, because I don't want you to get distracted. Put your awareness into the things that you can see in your peripheral vision around you. What are the things that some cloth is lying there, some sofa is there, a window is there, a fan is there, AC is there, whatever is there. Just become aware of it. And tap into the awareness of that AC, tap into the awareness of that chair. Can you feel the aura of that chair, or that cloth, or the table, or the television? Just read the aura, just tap into the aura awareness. Now, while you're doing this, in this process, who is the one who's experiencing the television, or the articles around, or the things around? Who is the one? It is your mind. That is, your mind is sensing it now through your consciousness. Are you getting it? Ramana used to ask this: who is the one who is watching that thoughts? It was this false I. So this me, this mind, is now experiencing the television, the chair, or the cloth, or the fan, or the AC. Just go on experiencing. It is the mind that is experiencing it. Are you getting it clear? Stay with me. Are you becoming aware that the mind is becoming conscious of the things? Are you seeing that the mind is reading the space? The mind is trying to feel the television or any article around. Are you becoming aware of that? I am asking this very repeatedly. Are you becoming aware that the mind is experiencing, the mind is becoming conscious, or the mind is becoming aware of a certain article, or the mind is becoming aware of this space? If you can come till there, now see who is the one who is watching the mind. I asked a question: are you aware that the mind is watching something? Who is that you? Who is the one who is seeing the mind interacting with the space around? That's you. That's the Sat. Doesn't matter if you can't get it, but those who got it, that's the secret of it. So what are we trying to say? There is this Sat, this soul that is observing the mind that is experiencing the space. The soul is noticing and observing that the mind is interacting with the space. So these are the two levels that I said. If you are watching from the mind only and you are experiencing from the mind, oh, I am experiencing the space around, that is Shanti. But the moment you see who is the one who is watching the mind and you move into that Sat, that is Param Shanti. This you can practice on and often. It's not easy. I won't say it's very easy. You can go to the mind level. You can always see that, okay, I am observing this, I am feeling this, I am experiencing this. That is what I said. Shifting into awareness, there are always two stages. And this is the first time I am touching the higher awareness. All that I have been talking all this time is just the gross awareness. When I say become aware of your nose, become aware of your body, become aware of this and that, this is all still the mind play. It is still on the level of the mind only. It is gross awareness. Once you master this only, you can skip into that higher awareness, to the soul consciousness. That is why I was dedicating more time to just make this awareness become little more common. So the more we practice this, the more easier it will be to shift into that higher awareness. Do you have any questions, dear ones? Here, I wouldn't want to rush because today I was just talking about relaxing. Okay, there is nowhere to go. This is what the today's subject is. There is nowhere to go. There is no particular place or location or much to achieve. We are all running behind that which we do not know where it is or what it is. See, when you do not know where it is or what it is, anybody can trick you saying that you do this and you will go there. Where? You question and see, they will have no answer. Where am I going? Where are you going to take me? Ask this question and see. What will this particular method or technique, where it is going to reach me, where it is going to teach me, take me? Just let me know about it and you see the answers. They will have no answers. Or it will be beating around some bush. Because nobody can take anyone anywhere. This is that space that they say, this is the destination, this is the Param Dham, Param Shanti, Param Dham, Param Purusha. See the words, Param, eternal, final. This is the final abode. And where is it? You just saw that it's not outside, it's all within. So who has to go within? You have to go within. You, the false I, has to go within. That, as this person said, I felt I had touched the Sat. Yes, you, the false I, has to go and touch the Sat. You will have to do. The false I, the ego, will have to work on it. How? When the I dissolves, only the full Sat can be realized. So to realize or to dissolve the I, will you add on more things or subtract things? Simple common sense question I am asking. I know a lot of things. I know this, I know that, this technique, that technique, all these kind of things. I do doership. So much of doership. Doership increases the ego. And here we are talking about annihilating the ego, annihilating the doership and giving it on divine will. Free will reduces again and again and more of divine will takes over. Because we are all that. We are all beings of divine will. We are not free will. But in the world we are taught that you must have a free will and you must occupy that space and boost that ego consciousness. See, if you look Prakriti from the time you are born, look at yourself from the time you were born. There is no doership. You caught up with it. You don't even know anything. You just believe the world. You have no direct experiences right from the time you are born. There is no experience. You just blind trusted anybody. See, when you are born, somebody told you this is your mother, this is your father. What proof did you have? Did you have any proof? Does the baby has any proof? No, they are repeatedly told this is your father, this is your mother, this is your father, this is your mother, and the child believes it. Trust. It has no free will there. It has no choice. It doesn't say, no, let me think who is my father, mother. No, it believes. It gets accustomed to it. Now you will say that's not right. If the father and mother is there, then obviously they are the father and mother, whether you tell it or not. No. If the child is born, you change the parents or you change the cradles. You take it from this hospital or this bed to another bed and put it in the laps of other couples and let the child live with it. the child will believe that is its father and mother, though it's not the truth. See, conditioning begins the moment you take birth. You have no choice but to believe. What I'm saying is it's very automated. There is no free will at that time. You don't have free will. You don't even have free will of security, of hunger. You are dependent completely on the parents. You are completely dependent on the mother for food. Can you take your own intake? You cannot. You cannot do anything. You cannot even walk on your own. You depend on your parents for that. Slowly see when it takes over. When the I-ness starts coming, when the independence, they say, no, you become independent. You are walking now with support. Now walk independently. Free will begins there. Think independently. Free will begins there. Till then, it is all with Prakriti. Animals don't have that. Animals are always in the divine will. They are very spontaneous creatures. Whatever happens, they go. They don't think. They don't have an identity of their own. Can you see it? Spontaneously they live life. So we are all spontaneous beings. We have always been that way. But it's only the human conditioning that starts training people in certain way, in such horrid strong way, that you are made to believe that you are separate. You have to think about yourself. You have to think. You have to do. The doership begins. The doing begins from that childhood, toddler. You do. As you grow up, it becomes very strong belief, a very strong belief in you that yes, now I have to do. If I have to be something, I have to do. And so I keep doing. And when you come finally to an awakening and realize that no, all this is done, now I got to go back to where I belong, then spirituality teaches you the same thing, do. Why? Because you're accustomed. You're accustomed to doing. So doing is very easy to convey. I need not convince you anything to make you do things. You are a doer by choice, by experience, by naturally you are a doer. So it's very easy for the world to get things done from you, to make you the doer. Do this. Oh, you will do it because I've been doing it. And what I've done all life, I've lived that. To get something, I have to do. Get something, I have to do. You have been trained that way. To get food, you need to do this. To get money, you got to do this. To get education, you got to do this. To get stability, you got to do this. To get love, you got to do this. Everything you got to do something to get it. Whereas the real mystics who are beyond all this, see from their childhood, you'll see they don't do, they just be. And they attract everything. Health, wealth, success, love, everything, abundance. They are not devoid of anything. Can you see the catch? It's very difficult to go to those stages. But I'm telling you, the path of self-realization is that. All this doing will automatically have to go. Then only the moment you become empty, lighter, and you start floating, then only you can get deeper within. But if you go outside all the time, you will only have some experiences. Mind. You go outside, you do this, do that, and get an experience of the mind. And believe that, oh, this the experience is that. No. Now to get rid of that, you got to do a lot of things. Like if I do some meditation here, and if we do some meditation here, what we do is we do anything. There are so many methods. We put on music, we dance, we do yoga, we do all kind of methods. We do chanting, or we do worship, we do a prayer, or we do meditation, whatever. In all these processes, you see, it is just stilling the mind, pushing the mind away temporarily. and we get an experience. When the mind is away, we get an experience. And we say, this is what we have got to achieve now. You got an experience? Now this is the real peace. You got the peace, you got the happiness, bliss out of it. Now work towards it. So what you are working is, every time you want that peace, you got to push this mind. And when that thing is over, you pull back the mind. And unknowingly, ignorantly, this is the same tool that you pull back and you keep on adding things into that in your unawakened states or in your unawareness states. That is what I say. 24 hours 23 hours we are dumping into this mind, and then we say meditation time, we put it aside. 1 hour. 1 hour we are keeping the mind away and experiencing some temporary happiness, and we say, wow, we have got it. Now pull the mind after that. And 23 hours we are pushing into this. And the more powerful this mind, the more difficult to push it. We don't understand that pattern. Every time we say, oh, nowadays it's becoming very difficult. I can't get into meditation only. Previously I used to do that. Now no. Who's going to see how much I have added into this mind? Previously maybe the mind was less empty or less full. But in my unawareness, I filled it up in my 23 hours. And now it is becoming heavier and heavier every time I try to push it. It's not going only, it's here only. I can't get that peace. Previously I used to do like this, it used to go because weight was less. Now it's not moving, I filled it up. This is what the world teaches you. Do this, do this, do this, do this also is doing only. Push it away, kick it away, throw it away, shut the door, lock it, close your ears, close your eyes, sit mummified completely and go into that space and try to experience, I got it. Happy? Oh, thank God. I meditated today. So I say, rather go with your eyes open. Meditate with your eyes open. I say, go into awareness with your eyes open, ears open. Let the whole world be blasting around. Let there be noise around. Don't try to reduce the noise. Don't try to shut down the doors and shut down. No, that's not meditation. Don't try to put earphones. Don't try to close your eyes all the time. Don't try to sit still. Don't try to put agarbattis so that you are not distracted from the foul smell or any other. Or it has to enhance one of their panchendriyas. No, it doesn't work that way. The idea is to drop all this nonsense. The nonsense that we keep as prized possessions and we temporarily push it out. It is just exactly like you have your noisy mobile phone all the time that is full of noise, all the time ringing phones and talking and you don't know what all going in this, and then you go into an ashram and they say, no, mobiles are not allowed inside, please keep it. And then you keep the mobile there, outside in the locker. This is how we keep the mind and enter into a meditative space. And what happens? The moment you come out of meditation, you pick the mobile and again you are in that world. Gone. Lost. All your meditative universe is just gone. Disappeared. The mind is exactly like that. When you enter into meditation, you push it aside with all these tools. And then the moment the meditation is over, you come and pick it up. People do all these mauna techniques to remain silent. What are you doing? I'm doing mauna. Silence. Where is silence? The head is full beaming. Because when the mouth is shut, all the thoughts explode in the mind. Previously, this was a garbage. This is a gutter for us. When there is too much of load, you open your mouth and it will start off, shedding off. Now the mouth is closed. Imagine the drainage is closed, and what will happen inside? Filling up inside. Heads are like going to explode and they are in mauna. Mauna means internal silence. It's a crazy world. I don't understand this because I have seen certain ashrams when I go there, I put mauna. And they say I am in mauna. And all the time they are listening. They are supposed to be in mauna and they will be listening to every conversation. And they'll be reacting also. I can see their faces. They'll be smiling or they'll be serious, or that means reaction is happening. That means there is no mana inside. And on top of that, they have now shut this thing out. I believe if you just remove this, at least this will empty out and more mana will come here. This is practical spirituality. We do not know what we are doing. And the world teaches all these things. Crap. And we get, we have to believe it. Because somewhere we have read, silence is everything. So that is physical silence. Internal chatter should shut down. The mind should shut down. When will the mind shut down? Only when you start paying attention to it. I am telling you, mind you, dear ones. If you are not bothered about this mind, if you do not become aware of this mind, like in this session we are doing, dissecting, putting awareness on it, studying the mind, becoming aware of its presence, only then you will be able to dissolve the mind. If you are not even aware of your mind, mind is very cunning. That same mind will fool you. That same mind will deceive you, telling that I don't exist, don't bother about me, and it will be there. Mind is very cunning. That is why Bhagavad Gita Krishna said, mind is your biggest enemy and mind is your biggest friend. Why friend? If you understand this through awareness, what I am telling here, and if you realize this thing, it can become your friend. It will not harm you. It cannot play tricks with you. Because when it is playing the tricks, you become aware. Are you getting that? But if you are not aware, it becomes your biggest enemy. It will sit within you and it will eat you up without even letting you know what is eating you up. And that is why the whole world is mad now today. Now, constantly I get messages and mails and people, personal consultations where they are only talking about I am doing this, I am doing that, I did this, I did that, nothing happened. How can it happen? When all that doer is your mind, and here you are trying to get peace of mind. See the irony. And nobody is asking how to shut that down. Nobody is telling how to shut that thing down, damn thing down. They are making you do everything through that mind itself, and then how it is going to get peace? People are not even aware of their minds. So it's a very caught up irony. It's a very caught up irony. That is why results don't come. Many people are flabbergasted. How to do this? Most of my personal sessions, this only happens. Then I have to give them an experience, first-hand experience to tell them. The other day in Tiruvannamalai, there was a person whom I knew, that person's sister. So she came and she was talking, no experience of meditation, nothing. Spiritual being is there because there is a spiritual sense, good, the soul, it's a good soul. So the spiritual awareness is there, but no experience of any kind. So came that these things are not happening in my life, these things are not manifesting, the things are going this way, and it's a repeated pattern, it's the same thing again and again, unable to get out of it, and it looks so dumb. So I was telling her, teaching her how to manifest first. And to manifest, you must first understand your mind. And to manifest, you should know how to empty your mind. You should know how to reprogram your mind, because there are conditionings there. There are many negative beliefs and conditioning there. One is this belief, the strong belief that you got to do this. The more you do, you are going to get. Strong conditioned belief. Until you break that, you cannot go anywhere. It's very difficult to break that thing. All this time we have been doing, and anywhere I look, everybody is doing. And all the great reformers of the world also, they are also doing. And the whole world is in the doing idea. And we can see everything is glorified as success in the doing area. How can it be false? Then try doing it. Why it's not getting successful? It will give you success. But as I told you, only Shanti, Param Shanti, it will not take you. It might give you some success, some happiness, some little this, okay. And that will keep you like a carrot moving, that, okay, I'm getting something, and you run behind it. All the time you run, thinking, today I'll be here, tomorrow I'll be there, tomorrow, day after I'll be there, someday I'll be there, and then you see that you're exhausted your whole life, and then say, what happened? And then when you get into the higher truths, then you come to know, oh my God, I am boosting that which I have to dissolve. I have been boosting my ego, which is supposed to have been dissolved. which is the main cause of everything. The mind, the ego that is functioning through the mind. So I was telling that person so much time. 2 days I took continuous sessions, and I was telling first day, I don't know if you are in the live today. First day I told so and so, but there was only one question, and I could see the face expression, unconvinced. Does that happen? Is that true? How? I mean, does that really? I said, okay, let us not talk much about it. Tomorrow come, we'll have an experience. Okay, fine. So there are a lot of notes that was taken. I said, note this down, note this down. So a lot of things, but every time while noting also it's unbelievable. But still, chalo, let's write down because somebody is saying maybe. That shows the strong conditioned belief that we have been built up in the society by our parents, teachers, societies. We have been told this is real, whereas this is not the real itself. Why? Because nobody knows about it. So how can somebody tell you something when they themselves don't know about it? So now when we are trying to recondition and reprogram the mind, it's so difficult. I can't believe you. Really? I said, really? Let's have that. And next day I called her for a session again. And there in Tiruvannamalai only this happened. First day around 2 hours of session, second day around 1.5 hour session, and I said, now let's, once you are sure with this, any questions, we finish with the questions and say, let's get into it. And we got into the awareness technique. We became aware of the body, then the space around us, then the space outside, and just a few meters away, a few hundred meters away was the Arunachala hill. We connected to that, we went into the hill, we became the hill, we became the Shiva, and it was, I could see she was moving into samadhi. Tuck, she was going inside again and again. And when she got up, she said, what was that? I can't believe it. That I was so long in this kind of meditative, because she was only complaining, I cannot get into meditation. The moment I close eyes, it's so. Never got into meditation. And here is an awareness experience where you are experiencing that kind of things. Wow. I said, now it's answered. Is it true? Does it really happen? How can it be possible? It's all done because first-hand experience is everything. The biggest teacher is your first-hand experience. How much ever we give lectures or books or reading or seeing, it can't. First-hand experience, like I told you, those two ladies again there. One was, while the session was going on from the Tiruvannamalai hill that I was doing, she had that experience. The other was just yesterday, seeing a recording itself again had that experience. Real experience. Now why all ladies in this? All the time it's ladies. Because ladies have lesser of that aggressive egoic tendencies. This is my personal observation. They can easily calm down the ego. Male dominant, this is a male dominant world. So male people find it very difficult to, especially if a male is speaking. They are not very submissive. So they are questioning and they are not full, and it takes little time for the ego. So feminine is a good quality where the ego can very easily go down. Because of the bhava, God gifted bhava. They have this tendency of these feelings and emotions which is much more than the male dominant tendencies. Why I told this point? Yes, because we also, as humans also, as males also, we need to work on that aspect. You will see when the male ego starts coming down, they will start getting feminine kind of qualities. That's very strange. That has to happen because the male has a different boldness, the mardangi wala. So it's like the I never. Yesterday I was talking to one very close friend of mine, and she was telling men are that way. Men are supposed to be timid. Men are supposed to be rigid. Men are supposed to be stupid. Men are supposed to be egoic, and men are supposed to be that kind, that arrogant and that. That's what we have told. I said, do you really believe that? No, I have heard it from everybody. I have heard this woman saying, that woman saying, this woman. But what does this woman say? Yes, that's all the world's conditioning, because that's how they see things. But if you look at somebody who is very getting more spiritual and more deepening their experiences, they'll become more feminine type. They will have feminine kind of qualities. I mean, the grace that comes in, grace is very much in the feminine. You compare the male and female. The female will always be gracious. The man will be rigid always. That's the tendency that will break. They will start becoming feminine, like in their walk and talk, and emotions will become more. You know that I've made this video many years back saying that men don't cry. Why? Because ego. How can men cry? Men are supposed to be very strong and brave and courageous, and that makes them rigid. So if they have something to break down, they will not break down. They will break down their personality, they will break down their body, they will break down their life, but they will not break down this emotion of I am a man. It's ego. Tough to get into spirituality with that. That has to die down. So what? If you cry, if you are you don't become a female. It's you're enhancing that quality. That quality is balancing. The masculine and feminine is balancing now. There is no masculine too much and feminine little. Both are on equal quantities. And this happens with the feminine also. You will see that spiritual feminine, the females who are spiritual, they start becoming more bolder, which otherwise they are not. Non-spiritual are timid, but spiritual, they become more independent. They can walk on their own. They can handle life on their own. They become more braver, bolder, like men. So that quality is coming up, but they will not lose femininity. This is what yin and yang means. This is what the masculine and feminine means. This is what twin flame means. Twin flame is that masculine and feminine that is there within you. When it is projected outside, because what is inside is outside, macrocosm, and microcosm. So the twin flame, when projected outside, becomes the male and female outside. The Shiva Shakti, it is inside, but it can take a form outside. Everything is inside and outside. The Guru, I said, your higher self is the Guru. The ego, the mind, is the disciple. When the disciple is ready, the Guru appears. Means when the ego and the mind has taken enough and said, okay, now I'll calm down. Now I need to go more. So I need to put myself down, be submissive. That moment the soul shines up. Till then it will not happen. It will not at all happen. The soul shines up, the master appears, because the disciple is ready. And from there, because this is now submitted to this starts taking them on a higher journey, the inner journey. This is the true purpose of that Guru Shishya. Starts from outside, because our visions are outside. So we see a Guru outside, that Guru comes and teaches us this. Same way, your soulmate, your twin flame, it's all about inside, but it manifests outside when your requirement is outside. So the outside soulmate comes and gives you connection to your inside soulmate. So when the outside two bond, the actual of both inside are bonding. When two twin flames come together, each twin flame is having their own experience of masculine and feminine. The completeness is happening. If it is the Shakti, the female, she will begin experiencing the Shiva, the masculine. And if it is Shiva, the masculine, he will begin experiencing the Shakti within, by the bringing of the two outside. Just like the Guru outside comes with the disciple, when they meet, they unite, and then there is no separation. They unite and they become one from within. So everything is this way. It is two ways, inside and outside. We got to look at this particular thing. So this dominancy of that tendency, why we were talking, why only females have this kind of, it's very easy. I have seen in my whole career in spiritual this also, Feminine always had maximum experience. Maximum. Why I made this point is because we must realize, as masculine, if we are masculine, we must realize this is our threat. We can be held down by this. So you must act on that aspect also and diminish that. It will help you in your journey. That's why I said this. So it's all about the mind. This relax, what I said. There is nowhere to go. Now tell me, when you are having this kind of experiences which you also wrote, do you feel you need to go somewhere to experiencing it? It is there within. See everything. The outside travel we are talking about. Let's go and travel outside. Yes, as I told about Shiva Shakti, as I told about twin flame, as I told about the guru disciple bond. Same way, outside there is a field, outside place. You go to that place. When you go to that place, you begin experiencing that inner. That's the beginning. See, there is a trigger from outside that leads you to the inside. Like the guru from outside led you to the guru within. So the place from outside, the bliss from outside leads you to the bliss within. So when you go into that place and you start experiencing within, that is how you start combining that place, becoming one with that place, without becoming one with that experience. When that I yearns for the experience of self, the one that observes this happening is the Sat. Yes. Yes, that's very true. You said it is the I that yearns for that experience. We say, I want to have that self experience. I want to realize who's that I who's saying I want to experience the self. That means there is separation. The self is different, the I is different. This person wants to come and realize this. Whereas this person doesn't realize this only is he. This is just the projection of the mind. This one which says, I want to go. This is the false I. This is the I, Mr., Mrs. so and so, whatever profession wise, whatever name, identity wise. This is that person who thinks I am separate. That is why they say, I want to go back to myself and realize this. So it is a journey where this external being is going and merging with this. It is the same like you are saying, I need a better half. I need my soulmate. I want to experience that Satchidananda within by experiencing that person. It's the same. See the concept. I need to realize my happiness. So I go and merge with this and I realize it. And when I go and merge, I realize that I am that I am. I have not been this. This is just a false. The shadow it is. The moment it merged with the light, the shadow is gone. The shadow, the identity disappears. And then it realizes, oh, I was this only. I was only experiencing through this like a mirror. I was seeing from here and seeing myself in the mirror. This is a mirror. I am seeing myself in the mirror. Seeing the mirror is thinking this is me. That's a good question that you asked. What causes I to yearn for the experience of the self? Sat itself? Yes, that separation is what causes. See, very beautiful question. What causes the I, the false I, to experience, go and experience the self? You were not separate, you got separated. Okay, when you got separated, automatically there is, how do you say I want to go back home? Who will say I want to go back home? The person who has left home, right? The person who has left that eternal home will say, I want to go back home because here I am not finding happiness. Something I am missing here. So this is not my permanent home. There is something that is permanent here. I want to go back home. Who is calling? The self only is calling it because it has gone far. This is the two soulmates who have gone far apart from each other. However far they go, they will have that attraction. Each will feel that they have to come together to experience that Satchidananda. They don't know how, but they want to come and meet. So all these experiences as that. The Sat, as you said, what causes the I to yearn for the experience? Sat itself. Yes, it is the Sat itself seeing this mirror experience, and this only pulls it like a magnet. The soul pulls it like a magnet. You have gone very far. You can't go far. You take even thousands of janmas. Some things will happen. This is pulling you. That is why in this lifetime you must have observed there's something that you feel not permanent here. You have always felt. And everybody has a longing. The reason why you're listening to this satsanga itself is that longing to go back home. Or kya chahiye? Because you want, there is a desperate need to return back to the source. So who's that who's telling you? It is your soul itself. The self that is pulling you towards that. Come back, come back, come back. So this person who is now, who till now was a separate identity and living in this world thinking that I am separate, now when the pull is happening from here, suddenly this false I is getting confused. Who am I? What am I doing here? This seems like a dream to me. Where do I belong? I do not belong here. All these questions are coming. The magnet power is pulling here inside. And slowly this awakening happens. This false I starts awakening. And then they start finding meaning in spiritual activities. Then they know what is right, what is wrong. They want to study scriptures. They want to know more. They seek for a guru. They seek for enlightenment. All this happens in this false I. Why? Because the pull is strong from the self. The Sat is pulling. And where? What it is pulling? The Chit. The Chit, where is the Chit? The Chit has invested in all the cosmic drama. The Chit is not here. Sat and Chit should be together, but the Chit has gone experiencing. Let me experience a little more further, little more further, little more. It has gone into too many things. Gone to experience the world, what Devyama said. Here it is looking all fine, but when the moment it goes down to experience the world, it gets caught up in this Maya. And the Chit is experiencing. Who? The self is experiencing all this. What the Chit, the consciousness is doing here. And now it's finally giving that pull. Means the karma, the illusion that you got stuck in is now dissolving. The prarabdha is dissolving. Too much prarabdha, you go further and further and further. But the more it is dissolving, the weight is going down and you are naturally getting pulled, aligned towards that. The lesser the prarabdha, the more. So the more the pull, the lesser the prarabdha, the whole thing is happening. Lesser the prarabdha, you are doing now, you have become awakened now, you are doing a lot of activities. Activities to come here. So you are dissolving your karma or whatever you can call that. Doing more punyas, whatever you call that. Or becoming aware and witnessing and not getting entangled and all that you are doing. So you are moving closer and closer to the self. And one day when you come and you touch this, that's called self-realization. Why is that separation at the first place? Separation happens because it is a very minute thing. See, if you see the cosmic bang theory, the science calls about the Big Bang theory or the starting of the universe. See, it all begins with that one thought of that Shiva saying that I want to experience myself. That's it. The whole creation, if you see with any text, any religion, you will see this only. Sat wanted to experience itself. Sat without Chit cannot experience. So the Sat is there, the Chit is engrossed in it. Now the Sat has just won this. See, it is not aware now. Without the Chit in function, it is not aware. Like if I tell you right now, you are Sat, and let's say you don't have awareness, no consciousness, what are you going to feel it with? You are like a dead person, you are just alive. You have no feelings. That is Sat. You can have feelings and you can sense the things only when Chit, consciousness is there. So this Sat just wanted to experience, like you are sitting in a room, I want to experience how that sofa is. I want to see, I want to feel that person, or I want to feel that place, I want to feel that enough. The moment Sat had this, immediately the Chit got working and it began expressing and experiencing itself. That is how the Prakriti formed. The whole cosmos unwinded because the Sat Purusha just wanted to experience this world. Experiencing itself. How is the things in me that is folded in, that is unmanifest. That is why the self is called unmanifest self. Beautiful term. Unmanifest self means which has not yet manifested. That is Parampurusha. The Sat. Unmanifest self it is called. Anything else in creation that has been created, that is the manifest self. including you and me. You and me are the manifest self. We are manifested. Who's the unmanifest self? That's Sat, Shiva. Not yet manifested, but we are a part of that. We have got manifested from that. All these 7.5 billion people that you see is manifested self. It has just manifested. Why? Because that tattva is experiencing this tattva. That param tattva is experiencing life through me. I have certain experiencing. This self, this manifest self, is experiencing certain things. And I have an abundance of experience. One good experience, this is my life. Now this essence is being enjoyed and perceived by that Shiva consciousness. Every single human being, every single living thing, it is conscious about. Are you seeing this? Just like you have been conscious of your television and things around you, that Param Tattva is conscious of you having these multiple experiencing. And even those multiple, see, you might be experiencing your partner, for example, that is in your, or your spouse, or your children, or your pets, or any article in the world. You are having an experience. Now that person also is having an experience, another world of their own. Now you are experiencing somebody else's experiences, and that person is connected to somebody else's. See, it goes on. All this collectively is experienced by the Param Purusha, Sat. Now, because you asked why all this began, it began from that one thought. I want to experience. It just got holographic. It just got unwinded. And what we are all experiencing ourselves is the result of that thought, because I am Shiva myself. If I am experiencing something, I am the mirror of that only, experiencing life. Why? Because I had a desire to experience. See how minutely it is. If you just come back to the gross, you also are one person who wants to experience life. That is why you have taken Janma. See how sukshma it is. The same reflection, mirror. That Shiva, you Shiva, I am Shiva means that Shiva is experiencing, okay, everything including me. And I as a Shiva also is experiencing my own world. I am also the creator of my own destiny. Like that Param Purusha, that Sat has created all this world and is experiencing, manifested it. So I am a part of the manifestation. Now if I am that Ansha of Shiva, I am again manifesting my own world. I can create my own destiny. I can create whatever I want and experience it, because I have that tendency, I have that requirement. I want to experience this world. Why? Where is this thought coming from? I want to experience. Because it's coming from that Param Purusha. Same thought. Are you seeing that? Because I am a bija of that, I will also contain the same kind of tattva. So I am as a tattva, I am also experiencing my world. Tomorrow, my children will go and experience their tattva. It goes on. That's how the generation goes on, never ending. The separations happen from there. Because the moment that experience things just unfolds, everything that exploded as bits and pieces of my experience, let's say I am Shiva and things exploded out of me. Now all these bits and pieces, all 7.5 billion people and other billions and millions of other species, all these are experiencing that. Now I am experiencing through them. What has happened? But they have got separated from me. They are all independent, separate beings. And the moment they become independent beings, they have these koshas. Koshas are found around them, each and everything. The Jnanamaya kosha, the Manomaya kosha, the Pranamaya kosha. And every kosha has got now the functioning under that individual soul. It is under the command of the individual soul. The individual soul has free will. Just like I, the Shiva, had free will. If I want, I create. If I want, I dissolution. I have a choice. So the Param Purusha had a choice. That choice we sprung out. Now we, as the child of that Shiva, we also have choice. So the moment I have choice, I start creating. It goes on. And the moment I create, I am responsible for my action. From there begins the law of karma. I start creating and I fall into the action of karma. Karma means every action has a reaction. For every action, there is a consequence. And whenever I take any action, I am bound by the consequence. I become bound by karma. And this went on. One karma, two karma, 10 karma, 1,000 karma, I accumulated. Now to fulfill that karma, I have to take one more janma. And then I went on ludicifying down. More desires, more karmas, and I kept going farther and farther from the source. That is why it is all. And the Parampusha who's sitting there is saying, okay, it's going on, going on, going on, going, all plays, individual plays. This one is playing this, that one is playing that game, this one is enjoying this game. Collectively, one galaxy is enjoying this kind of an experience. Here, one galaxy enjoying that kind of experience. Earth plane this way, Bhuloka, Maharloka, Siddhaloka, all different lokas, all a part of the play. And this one, no interaction, enjoying every bit of the play like how we enjoy. We create our world and we enjoy the good and the bad. Only thing we get affected by it. Parampurusha enjoys the good and the bad, does not get affected by it. That's all. And the moment they see that, oh, this is going too much out of hand now, too much, it's not unwinding. I have finished the game. Rudra. Game khatam. Pull back everything. Zup. All gone back into the source from where it came. And nothingness. Another desire. Boom, everything is out. So that is why this is referred to as a play of consciousness. That is why all the mystics say don't take all these things seriously. All this is a illusionary happening. It's so deep. Any questions, anyone till now? See, when the noise goes down, there's so much of stillness. Talking is noise. I was told many times, we see only the noise outside. There's so much noise, so much noise. World is full of noise. Everywhere you see it's so noisy, it's so this frenzy. There's no peace. There is no. It's not true actually. Just listen to the words and listen to the silence between the words. I was just observing this morning only when somebody made that mention. I was just observing. There is much more infinite number of peace, the quantity of peace than the noise is there. You look at anything. If you are in awareness, you will sense it right now. That there is silence, and if there is noise also outside, you are not perturbed by it. Even if you observe, if you listen to music, you will see that music is heard and audible because of silence. Where is the music playing? It is playing in the silence. Sometimes some instruments stop for a moment or it reduces for a moment. There is silence there in that. Because that silence is there only, this beauty of this music can be felt. See, there is so much beauty in silence. When you even watch somebody whom you love or anything that you love, you look at and you just observe for some time. There is a stillness, and that peace and silence and bliss and happiness, contentment, everything comes More than the talk, it is about silence. I believe lovers and spouses should sit more in silence with each other than talk to experience that stillness in each other. Very powerful. Anything. With my guru, I used to be only silent. I didn't like talking to him. I never appreciated those moments where I had to talk to him. I just wanted to find a time where I could sit still with him. Because if when he is in a stillness, I am just in still with him. That's all. And the strange kind of peace, strange kind of bliss used to emanate. Nothing to ask, nothing to tell, no communication at all. Just there in that space. Dear ones, we must appreciate this stillness. Practice more of this stillness in your life and you will not regret it, I'm telling you. Right now also if you can. This session I don't know. I'm very short of words since morning today. Like the regular flow of words, it's not happening. Because all the time I'm myself becoming aware of that stillness and that silence between even the words. So it's okay if you can't push your thoughts away out, but become aware of the silence between the thoughts. It's okay if you can't notice your breathing, but become aware of that space between the breaths where silence is there. Like somebody who wrote today, very beautiful words. I could immediately relate it to my own experience. As soon as I saw your video in Arunachala while I was doing my yoga, suddenly something happened. Tears rolled down, and suddenly all the thoughts became silent, as if I had touched the sat in me, and all the activities stopped. And though I was listening to you, everything else became still and continued for about 45 minutes. I couldn't resume the yogic activities after that. This is exactly what I went through while I was sitting in Thane bus stand and reading about Malaleshwari. Bus stand is such a noisy place, full of noise. Buses coming, people shouting, yelling. I had never experienced that kind of stillness and silence in that heavy traffic for close to about 45 minutes to an hour. And only tears were flowing out of my eyes as I was reading it because I touched that space of Satchit. And that was complete awareness. First time I ever experienced awareness. What is awareness? I became aware of my own awareness. I cannot forget that experience. This happened while I was in Mumbai, and then after 1 or 2 months I opened up this shifting into awareness just to share that same experience of awareness. And you won't know how joyful I am today when somebody writes to me the same experience has reached there. Exactly the same experience. So it works. It's fruitful. For my project, it's fruitful. I'm happy and convinced that it works. And I was able to somewhere be an instrument to take this through and reach it out to people. It's always become better to become non-doers, day ones. Simultaneously practice these things. Not taking credit for anything, not taking ownership of anything, that I have done something, I have done something. That will block you. How will you know whether you have done something or not? How will you know whether you are really the doer of something or not? Look at your attachment with that thing, with whatever you're doing. How attached you are. It will show you whether you feel you are the doer or somebody else is the doer. While I was in Tiruvannamalai, somebody was feeling very negative and saying that I feel like finishing my life. I am doing so much, but nothing is happening. See the word. I am doing so much. Now it's very difficult to convince a person who is not fully got into that space of awareness that doership is the problem. Whereas on one side the person was saying everything that I do here is done through the Lord. That's what is your worry? My worry is what after me? I said, what after you? What will happen to all the things that I materialized here? Oh, so you are the doer. No, he is the doer. Then it is his property. Why are you worrying? No answer. Only smiles. So this is where we should catch ourselves. Understanding. If something is snatched away from you, what you do? How will you feel? Pity, pain, misery, happiness, joy, neutral. Neutral means you are not the doer. Happy means you are the doer. Sad means you are the doer. Reaction means you are the doer. You have taken that seriously, that you have been doing that work. I remember Patriji when I was in Pyramid Valley. I had his darshan, met him twice. He was talking about non-attachment to people that day. And he said it should be such that, even if all your stuff goes away, you have nothing to do with it. You are not the doers, you have not done it. Somebody asked him that question, you have done so much, you have created this pyramid, that all over the world, so many pyramids. He said, I didn't create it. It got created through me. And he said, tomorrow if this whole pyramid vanishes from here, I have nothing to do. It was not there before I came. It came only after I came, and it will go after I go one day. See? And after a month, he left his body. I'm sure unattached to all that big properties and ownerships and all that. Non-doership is something which we can practice. The I that feels that I am doing anything, any role. Be it your profession, be it your hobbies, be it your passions, be it your relationships, even like, my children. You don't own them. You have not created them. Whereas we feel we have created our children. You have only been a part of the creation. You never created it. You became the tool of the instrument of the divine to bring in a third party, to bring in a third party soul into this world. In the dual world, there is something called conception. It can be brought forth only by two people coming together on the earth plane. And two people were brought together by that divine to get in another soul. Now, whose problem if that person takes it seriously and believes that he or she came and did all that process? And because they believe, there is this intense suffering of gaining or losing. You need not have perfection in this. It's not needed. What I'm saying is a practice, an awareness, just an awareness. You don't even have to discard anything. You don't even have to push away your children or property or anything like that. Nothing. The other day I was watching Gurudev talk so beautifully about detachment. More. through attachment. How to get over it eventually? He talked eventually. He didn't say get rid of it. Oh, today you have the gyan that attachment is a problem, I'm going to leave. No, that's nonsense. You become aware of it first. Okay, this is my conditioning. This is where my pain is happening. This is where I'm connected. This is my root cause of trouble. This is what is going to pull me down. This is not what is going to evolve me. You become aware of it. That's all. Awareness is enough. And then you keep working your way out. Because when you're aware, you will all the time be aware and you will not strengthen that. Which he said that, Baki sab kachra hai. The gunas are kachra, he said. It's filth. And mind you, he said the gunas are filth. He did not say rajas and tamas are filth. He said तीनों गुण कचरा hai. He said rajas, tamas and sattva also is kachra. Nobody says that. Very rarely you will hear somebody calling sattva guna kachra. Because sattva guna also binds you to this birth and death. You will have more births and deaths. So somebody who is talking about liberation will not bind you even with sattva guna. So it is again about that attachment to the gunas. I am this. I am a spiritual person. I am a reformer. I am a saint. I am a transformer. I am an avatar. There are people who today also say, I am an avatar. Does an avatar have to speak that I am an avatar? I believe the avatar will just become fully aware that he is an avatar, he or she is an avatar, and just do what they have to do. That is non-doership. The moment you say, I am an avatar, the whole thing is gone. You have claimed something. You have claimed doership. Avatars cannot be doers. Avatars are pure instruments. But that's what Jesus said. I am the Son of my God. Do whatever you want through me. He told the people also, if you want to reach God, you have to go to my Father through me. Means you have to have first Christ consciousness. You develop first Christ consciousness, then you go there. This is what Krishna also said. You can reach the Supreme through me, told Arjuna, through me. Means raise your consciousness, have Krishna consciousness, then you become one with the Supreme consciousness. Where is the doership there? There is no doership there. All the avatars had no doership. Ram never boasted. He was just an ordinary person. Look at those mighty beings, enlightened beings. Went through all the turmoils, everything, without a single complaint. He could have said, I am Ram, I am none other than Vishnu. Though he was aware who he is, but he had the modesty and humility of not accepting anything that he is doing. He knew that. It is that Param Tattva doing through him. There is a reason for his coming. And he was only focused on that. Look at Ramayana, he was only focused on that, nothing else. And quietly went through all the hardship. Look at his life was full of hardship. I can never even think of Rama having one glorious moment anywhere in the Ramayana. One moment where he has laughed out hardly or had a relaxed moment where he has relaxed. It's intense of suffering. Yet no complaint. So does the lives of Buddha, Jesus, all these mighty saints. You look at them. All had their own turmoil. Sai Baba, Nityanand Baba, Swami Samarth. Look at all of them. Immense sufferings. Swami Vivekananda, Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, Ramana Maharshi. Look at all of them. Nisargadatta Maharaja. Yet non-doers. Lived as non-doers. That is why loincloth, no cloth, simple life, just like an ordinary person, no claims, nothing. So this is something we get to reflect when we read. That's what when I'm focusing on like Kabir. See, I see his name here. 1008 Kabir Vani. Kabir, simple weaver. Such a great mystic. Some are cobblers, some are coppersmiths, some are fishermen, some are beggars. My God. Avaduts, no astitva at all, no doership at all. Now they are God in human form. So when we look at them, this is enough proof for us to let us know that non-doership is the way, is the ultimatum. See, their states of consciousness, all are non-doers. That param sthiti which they have. Simple human beings. No show off, no fake hypocritic expressions. That I am perfect, I am all good, only all divine. No, they make mistakes, they talk about it, they show their mistakes, even if they make mistakes. I was reading letters of Swami Vivekananda. You read it, it's such a thick book. And the guts of Ramakrishna Mission to publish all that. The guts, immense guts you need. You need immense what you call integrity and authenticity to publish that kind of letters. Personal letters of Swami Vivekananda. Read it. You will come to know. Where he has blown off his temper, got angry with something, abused somebody in that letters, felt sad, cried. He's written all that. Normal human being, though being such a great stature, but being a simple human being, having all the navarasas, having all the human emotions. They were all human first. Chalta firta encyclopedias, spiritual encyclopedias, these are. Non-attachment. Look at all these people whom I just took name. No attachment, no wealth around them, no pomp, no glitter, nothing to do with popularity fame. They all refrained from the public, they ran from it. But the people chased them even into the wilderness, into the mountains, like Ramana was chased, Baba, Nityananda was chased, Sai Baba was chased. No, they didn't go out anywhere. People followed them, traced them out from wherever they were. Ramana did not want to say even a single word, but people didn't leave him. That is why he had run from Madurai, where he was born. That was his place. At the age of 21, he came to Tiruvannamalai. And he saw the hill and he went and hid himself in the caves and used to be there for months inside. Somehow, the bees got the scent of the blossomed flower. They were attracted to it. Non-attachment. Not a single thing they owned, not even their loincloth. I remember Swami Vivekananda's one letter where he was writing for funds. He was writing desperately for funds to one of his friend. You know for what? To build a samadhi for his guru. You know, when Ramakrishna Paramahamsa left his body, there was no money to do the cremation. Do you know about this? These are real truths. Go and study it. His body was there, but his disciples were in intense poverty. His wife was in intense poverty. The person who had all the glories and he could just make a wish and it would have just been come. All the abundance would have come to him. He didn't. He had a deadly disease. One wish and he could cure himself, because one wish and he had cured millions. He had touched the life of millions, but just by his intent of helping. But he never helped his own body. He never helped his own family. He used to assure his wife, the divine will take care of you. When there was no food to eat at home. Real things these are. Imagine such a person died, no money for cremation. It was sponsored by another rich person in West Bengal. Then the thing happened. And the way the disciples ran around for it, the even Swami Vivekananda was anguished by this, despondent literally, and he has shed tears in his letters, talking about his inability on that. And then the mother, Sharda Mother, Holy Mother, she gives the responsibility to Vivekananda, saying that look after these disciples. They are your brothers. They should all be in your care. And that is when he takes the responsibility, like his Guru Bandhus. This is the stature of this mighty being and this mighty whole team that Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, the team which we have today. Ramakrishna Mission is the only one mission that I've seen that is going so strong worldwide. Not a single glitch anywhere. You will not find one rumor, one thing glitch anywhere. They are also living in the full world. They have a lot of funds and all those things. Everything moves smoothly. And that is one organization that has even today self-realized masters sitting in various ashrams. Not all of them, but there are majority. You go, even you will find today also in ashrams. And there are people who have left the body in complete awareness. That's the remarkable achievement of that great mystic, and yet he died penniless. Not that he suffered from it, the amount of detachment that they had. These are live examples which we can see. Achievement of so much without nothing. With nothing, they achieved everything. Such are all the mystics, Even Ramalinga Swami in Vadalur, who just disappeared with his body, did so much for the society with nothing. So these are that aspects which will help us understand the tattva of what this is all about. We cannot accumulate more and move towards self-realization. Otherwise, everything is false. Chidakasha Gita is false then. The whole Chidakasha Gita, 40% and more, is only talking about desirelessness and detachment. It says you cannot reach the state of realization until you attain the state of complete non-attachment and desirelessness. If we don't believe that, then we are calling Bhagavan Nityananda as simply is talking something, or the Chidakasha is fake. Not just Siddhis, all these great saints have talked about same stuff. So can that come by focusing outwardly and getting more things to us, and at the same time moving towards that? I don't get it. Or accumulating more techniques and doership, so much of doership, do, and then go there when everything else is doing undoing. It's all about undoing. You got to get off of things out of you. Like I said, all this session what we took right now, is there any doing? There is not doing here. We are just sitting quiet here. And even when we are aware, fully aware, are we doing anything? Not doing anything. It's happening. That person in Tiruvannamalai who was having that experience when I was doing that session there, one-on-one, physically there, that experience was such that, no need to tell, close your eyes, take a deep breath, sit straight, make your spine straight, don't move your legs, keep your leg this way, put your hands on your laps and close your eyes, keep your neck straight, relax your shoulder, nothing doing. You also have experienced it here. You just say, become aware of yourself, things around you, everything starts chilling on its own. This is being, this is not doing. Doing is do this, do that, do this, do that. Don't do this, don't do that. Doership. Non-doership, you can see, it's very spontaneous, it's there in our being. To be, it doesn't take much time. You just have to stop doing. What did you stop doing? You stop paying attention to your thoughts, you stop paying attention to your body, and you just pay attention to your awareness. You are in that zone and everything starts just happening. You just come into that frame. Now who has taught this body? Tell me. Who has taught that it has to become still? We are giving command. Now we are, without giving command also, the body is automatically going to that zone. Who is the doer? Somebody else is doing all this. Some other cosmic intelligence. We must understand this. We are not the doers. See, you just shift your awareness and there the doing automatically happens. That means something is working on us. That is what I always ask. We feel we are doing what? Who is breathing there right now? You are breathing? No, you are not breathing. Who's digesting the food in your tummy? You're doing that? No. Who's carrying the blood around everywhere and taking out the impure blood and carrying oxygen and rooming out carbon dioxide? You are doing it consciously? No, you are not doing it. Who's beating your heart? I don't know. Pulse. It's happening. Then what are you left with? If all these major functions is happening and someone else is doing, what are you doing? Sitting and thinking what to do. That is what we are doing. That's the only thing that we are doing. We are only sitting and making decisions. I am doing this now, I am doing that now, what should I do then next? What should I do after that? What should I do tomorrow? Planning things, this is all the doership can do. Otherwise, the whole system is automatically working. So, the moment we tune into this truth, which can only happen in stillness and silence, you move into that zone, you start experiencing that non-doer. If you are in the doing, you will only experience the hum, aham. Aham means ahankar, the me, the I. Oh, I have to do this, I have to, what are you experiencing? The I, the doer, you are experiencing. You stop doing and suddenly you go into stillness. Who can you experience? You will experience that non-doer, that sat. Completely, you will become aware of, oh, I am not this person who is doing all this. Somebody else who is doing. Actually, the sat also doesn't do. Huh? But we put the blame on that sat. Oh, sat is the doer. That is why he is called Purush, Pratam Purush, Param Purush. And at the same time, we call him Karta Purush. He is the Karta, not me. That is good to put the blame, but he also is not a Karta. He doesn't do anything. The Purush doesn't do anything. The Chitta does everything. Shiva doesn't do anything. Shiva is a mere observer. The Chitta does. The consciousness keeps everything. Prakriti, the created. Sankhya philosophy, that only it is. Sat and Chit. Purush and Prakriti. Sankhya philosophy of Kapila Mahamuni. If you see, study and see. There is nothing but Purusha. It begins with Purusha and then the Prakriti came. What is Prakriti? Mother Nature. What is Mother Nature? Mother, the divine, the feminine, consciousness, the Chitta. Who is Purusha? The Sat. Same stuff. If that I is the mind itself, it is bound to resist. But when the pull of Sat is strong, its resistance falls? Yes. It just depends on where your awareness is. It's a good question. You ask if this is Sat, the Shiva consciousness, and if this is Chit, the mind, so this has lot of doership. This is the one who's doing, everything is doing, this one. And this is just observing. The Sat is just observing. So the mind will resist. Even the resistance is occurring from here. This is pulling. But this is the one who is resisting. Why it is resisting? Because it doesn't want to die. Because it has believed till now I am the doer. So I am doing. It is believed that I am real. See, look at everything. The experience is so real out here. So I exist, my experience exists. I am real here. So it will not give up easily to this idea. So the pull, there is a pull, but this mind only resists. No, I don't want. It is the Sat is pulling towards, but the mind says no, I don't want, because I have things to go out here. I'm still stuck here. I don't want to get pulled out here. So this mind only resists. So when the Sat's resistance is too strong, as you say, this resistance fails. Yes, surely. Because sooner or later, the soul is powerful. Even this awakening that has happened to you, when you are awakening and you're saying, who am I? What the hell is all this nonsense about? Why is so much of pain? Why is so much of trauma? Anywhere I go, I am getting beat up. I am getting, flunked. I am getting tortured. I am not in peace of mind. Any relationship I look into is not peaceful. Anything I try to do is not peaceful. I end up some or the other, and there is no permanent peace. When is this happening? This is happening because of the strong pull of the Sat itself. So in the start, despite so much of resistance, no, let me go for another car, let me go for another house, let me go for another holiday, let me try to enjoy. Still, it's not happening. Then you're getting the pull again. No, the mind is always fighting on that, but the pull is also equally strong. That is when this says, I want to realize what is that. This is not aware of this self. It is not aware, and this self is not far, it is within its only. These both are merged only. For technical terms, I am talking like this, but both are merged. The self and the mind is here only. But the mind, the only thing is, awareness is here or here. That is what matters. When I say shifting into awareness, I am saying shifting your awareness from here to here. This is pure awareness. We all know that. This is pure awareness. The mind ego is here. So when you are, this is mind ego means false I. This is the real I. So what I am rooted in, where am I rooted, what is my experience, where your awareness, that is your experience. So if your awareness is in the mind, you will have the grossly experience, and this is me, this is the real I you will feel, but it's not. So moment you shift your awareness into this, you will experience that I am the Sat and the Chit and the Ananda that comes with it. I am no more this. So wherever you root and how much time you root your awareness in, that starts becoming prabal or prominent in you. So I told you many times, we are not talking in shifting into awareness by staying all the time. No, that I'm not saying staying in awareness. I'm saying shifting into awareness. Why shifting? Because we are drifting also. Sometimes we go here, experience like you had the 2-3 people saying here. This kind of experience, that bliss and all that. Are they in bliss forever? No. The moment they shifted into that space, they experienced it. The moment they drifted back into this, that experience was gone. So they had an experience. Now they know, okay, there is something here. So I need to keep moving. And this trailers will make a person move again and again. Practice going to the self. That is what Ramana said. Keep practicing it. Keep practicing it. Keep on going with the inquiry. It is not going to happen overnight. No problem. But keep on doing it. Question. Who is the one who is watching these thoughts? First you see, the thoughts are different. I am not the thoughts. Thought is separate. Okay, I can see the thoughts coming and going. I can observe the thoughts now. I am the observer. Something is happening outside, I can observe. No reaction, I am just observing as a drishta. Now the whole spirituality ends there. They say, be a drishta, be a witnesser, be a witness, be an observer. That's all. Just be a drishta bhav, just watch everything. Don't interact in it. There is where the spirituality ends, but it doesn't end there. Ramana takes it one step beyond. He says, you are the drishta, you are watching everything. Okay. So the observer is watching the thoughts and all the things without reacting. This is the observer. Now he says, who is the one who knows this is an observer? There is somebody who can see the observer and the thoughts. There is somebody who is seeing, telling, okay, this one is the observer and the observer is watching that. So that someone is their self. That is the real you. You are not even the observer. Are you getting this? You are not the observer. You are the one who observes the observer. Deep, right? It's not easy to get there. That's why many people stay happy with the... See, that is what I said. This is Shanti. You go into witness, you get Shanti. Why? The thoughts are still there. It's not dead. You get Shanti till the time you are here. You drift away from here. Suddenly you will get engulfed in the thoughts and then you say, oh my God. Then you got to shift back again. So that means that's a temporary state. Witnesser is a temporary state. What is the permanent state? The Sat. the Shiva who's watching this, there is this soul, this self, who knows that there is an observer in me, and that observer is observing. So the one who sees this observer and who is unattached with this observer is at permanent peace, because he is completely detached with these dramas. These two dramas are taking place here. The witnesser and the thoughts, they are playing battle. Sometimes they are moving here, sometimes they are moving back, they are getting engulfed in all this. The struggle is happening at this level. The soul is having no struggle. It's always eternal. That is why Ramana says, you are already realized. You don't need to realize. You are already this. You are that self which is already realized. What is keeping you away from realizing yourself is these two crooks. Discard the witnesser also by just seeing that he is not true. That also will go. The witnesser disappears with the thoughts. That is what I said. This state is Shanti. This state, the self, is Param Shanti. This state of Shanti is only pushing these thoughts or making a distance away from these thoughts, keeping, but the thoughts are there. This state dissolves when this mind dissolves, when the thoughts dissolve, the observer dissolves. This observer is who? The mind only. The mind observes. That is what Chidakasha Gita says. You have to destroy them. When the mind dissolves, the observer and the thoughts all dissolve. What remains is just this Shiva. Bhaiya, please clarify, is the soul experiencing or witnessing? See, that's what I said. The soul is both experiencing and witnessing, because that's what the Shiva Tattva is doing. It's having an experience, but that experience, it's not involved in it. Like, for example, you are right now sitting, that person said, I experienced tears of joy. I touched the space and I felt joy. So there was an experience, but the one who cried was that witnesser, was that false I. The one who's shedding the tears, that is emotions. Who? The mind. The mind experienced that bliss. And when the mind experienced that bliss, which it never experienced before, that outcome of that was the tears. It is still a reaction to that bliss. But the soul is experiencing it with no reaction, neutral. Khushi, bliss, and that experience of that bliss is that tears. Means you are affected by that bliss. Or you get sorrow, you are affected by it. This one doesn't get affected by anything. He is just witnessing the experience also. So he is an experiencer as well as a witnesser. He is the witnesser of that experience. No touch of that after effects of that experience. He has the experience, but he witnesses the experience. He feels the joy, he feels the sorrows, but he is not connected to the outcomes of it. It's very deep. Today's session was very deep. Mind you, I am telling you, this is way beyond deep what we talked today. Way beyond. People don't understand these things actually. Even the Satchidananda which I put, that was very deep, very, very deep. A short 1 hour 15 minutes video. Because if you are not in awareness, you can take that as a philosophical statement. Oh, okay, you are explaining some Satchidananda. Okay, Satchidananda. Vedas Purana, okay, we have heard of it, Satchidananda. The bliss, no? That Paramananda, that bliss of Shiva, okay. But we have never wanted to go and try to experience it. We like hearing it and putting it on knowledge. It's a bookish knowledge. We can define. What is Satchidananda? It is bliss. Ask the people who tell it is bliss, can you explain how that bliss comes? Very difficult. Until you actually go into that experience. You don't have to become a self-realized person to do that. You just have to be a person who wants to live the teachings. That has to come from your inner book, not from the outer books. Somebody asked me, where does that intuition come from? I said, from which book have you taken that intuition? I said, from my inner book, which Bhagwan said, Pustak, Mastak Pustak. You be the book and you be the reader. It's a gross translation of actual words of Bhagwan Nityananda, who said, Mastak ko pustak banao. That comes from within. So it's all about within. And I told you, you can get into this field, into this space, only when you're antarmukhi. If you are outwardly all the time and you're seeking things from outward, you will never come into this experience. You might have a tangible experience of that outer space of what the mind is experiencing something. The mind will go and experience because you are playing a trick. Okay, now you go into this space. Imagine now you are in this sky and imagine there is so many things around you. Imagine there is light coming in front of you. Imagine you are becoming the light. Pull the light into your head. Pull it here and there. Spread it. All imagination stuff. Where is all this happening? It's happening in the mind body. Mind itself is false, and inside that false, another falseness we are playing. These are all good for the beginners who want to actually still their mind or who are finding it too overwhelming. It's all good for them. So we play tricks with the mind only to trick the mind. We use the mind to trick the mind. But the real spirituality is to go beyond these tricks and beyond the mind. You have to go transcend the mind. Because all these experiences that we are talking, Sat, Chit and all that, this is not mind level. The experience is not at mind. It can have a repercussion of the mind, but it's a deep inner this. Like this experience, if it is in the mind, you will see your body reacting to it. You will see thoughts coming at that time. Oh, I am experiencing this. Oh, I am feeling so blissful. Oh, this is so good. What is happening? Is God doing something to me or mind level pe habibi? It's not that it's bad. It's an entering into that zone, but still the mind is involved. That space of pure bliss is something which you can't talk about, which you can't describe about. You will feel it, you will experience it, but you are a witness. You can't record that. You might have a memory of it, but you can't reproduce it. Very difficult. That is why all those who have realized, I have never told what that realization can never define. All those who are got moksha could never define what is moksha. All those who have been on this path and got liberated, they could never define God. Nobody has defined God. They can give an approximation of this, but nobody can know that cosmic intelligence. It is beyond our mind and understanding. It is not a phenomena of this level of human existence. It is something beyond. If somebody is talking about it, that's boasting. Because this is not our only existence. We feel that earth and so much. No, Bhuloka is just one speck in the whole cosmos. There are billions of Bhulokas like this. That is why it said there are millions of suns and there are millions of galaxies and millions of universes, each having its own planetary systems, and there are so many earths. So you can see what limitation we are. We are nothing. We are just a speck in that cosmos. And that speck also, if you see, it's a universe. In that universe, if you see where you are existing, where you and me are existing, not even a speck, you can't even find the speck. Can you see how, what you call, insignificant we are, existence. But when it comes to that ego, you can see how it builds up everything, like as though we hold the whole cosmos and the whole thing we own. The human minds, the human ego. So you can see how how horribly illusioned that mind is, that ego can be. That is why I said in my last session, simplicity. The more we simplify and make the spiritual life a very casual and very casual means not take for granted. Casual means there is no need to make it so complicated. Let the world make it complicated. You don't get into it. You remain very calm, quiet. Just go into the deeper understanding, and you will get to the narrow path, straight path, a direct path. Like Ramana, people used to come and argue with him. No, but how this way, that way? No, 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 that is not needed. You move into the self. No, but I like doing japa. He says, what is japa? No, I hold Rudraksha malas and I keep counting my malas, beads. Then he said, that is at mind level and physical level. Your mind is chanting something, and for assurance for that mind to chant something, you are touching that beads and giving it a physical proof, evidence. So it's a mind body game, he says. Go beyond it. There's something beyond that also in the self. Oh no, but this is helping my mind. You don't know how much it has helped and transformed my life. Can you give me something else? Ramana said, okay, go do what you want. May you have success. Do what you like. Then he said, no, 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 I didn't mean that. I was trying to ask if there is something else like this that I can do. Ramana was quiet. No, I mean, not just the japa, anything else if you suggest, that I can do where I can transcend all this and go. Ramana was quiet. Half an hour he tried to remove anything, Ramana was quiet. Then the person went off. And the people asked him, why didn't you tell him? He was so eager. Ramana said, even if I tell anything to him, his mind will beat around that same record there. Because he's stuck in that. And there is no point arguing and telling anything about them. Let him do. Let him do whatever he wants. Finally, he will come one day to a realization that this is not it. And the day he realizes that, then only what I say will be helpful to him. Till then, it's of no use. He will say, Summairu. Keep silent, he says. That is why in many parts of the books also he said, don't go convincing people about these things. Keep silent. Those who want to know will know it. Somehow they will get to it. But you cannot preach it to the world and say, no, this is not. Nobody will listen to you. And there is no need to do that. In that book, there is a line. So these are all the mysteries. Why are all these mystics talking so much about this in so many ways and talking so much and so less about it? Nobody is even actually, see what he says here. The theory of evolution, the philosophy of planes and degrees, the systems of spirit descending into matter and evolving back, the idea of the self developing towards perfection, all these things are for the materially minded people. They keep the mind tied to forms and objects. Therefore, they are false from the highest standpoint. But for advanced spiritually minded people, these thoughts are discarded. Similarly, certain esoteric schools talk of evolving themselves. How can that be? The true self is infinite, formless, beyond time, and hence beyond evolution. It cannot grow into perfection because it is already perfect. It is already perfect, free, and boundless. But such systems are useful for beginners, for those who think, I am the body and I am this person. These teachings are at the stage of kindergarten. They are all half truths. Advanced minds do not need them. Conscious Immortality, page number 4 and 5, so that you don't think that I am creating something. Somebody asks him, there are beautiful colors in meditation. It's a pleasure to watch them. We can see God in them. Ramana says, they are all mental conceptions. The objects or feelings or thoughts, that is, all experiences in meditation are only mental conceptions. When Sundaresha Iyer, a local teacher, described yogic experiences, including visions of light, ringing of bells, etc., he was having, Maharishi replied, they come and they would pass away. Be only the witness. I myself had thousands of such experiences, but I had no one to go to and consult about them. When we worship images and forms, we are really worshipping ourselves or in the images. See what he says. Somebody asked him, do Vishnu, Shiva, etc. exist? Ramana says, individual human souls are not the only beings known, but instead of pursuing inquiry in this direction, why not inquire into yourself? To whom do these ideas arise? See, he is saying, do Vishnu and Shiva and all exist? Ramana, see, he is so sharp and straight to the point. He is not getting lost in that thoughts. He is going straight to the source. He is telling, find out from where these ideas are coming to you. He is saying, go to the soul level straight. From there, these ideas are sprouting into the mind. Very deep. So, should I continue idol worship? Somebody asked him. Bhagavan says, as long as you think you are the body, there is no harm. It may lead to concentration of mind. Get one pointed. Simple answer. Should I practice the Sandhya? Sandhya means the morning and evening religious rites that people do, puja or whatever. Bhagavan says, if you think it is necessary, by all means practice it. Everything in the Bhagavad Gita and other scriptures is said to suit the particular temperaments of the hearers. What are idols? Ramana says, they have a deep significance. Their worship is a method for concentration of mind. I told you, right? The mind is want The mind wants to move externally. It must be checked and turned within. Its habit is to dwell on the names and forms. For all external objects possess some names or forms. Such names and forms are made symbolic of mental conception in order to divert within itself the mind from external objects and make it dwell within itself. The idols, mantras, sacred syllables, rites, etc., are all meant to give food to the mind in its inward course so that it may become capable of being concentrated, after which alone the supreme state can be reached. Even the thoughts that are generated are mind tricks to show it. Yes, that's what I'm trying to tell in this session. Even the thoughts which get generated in the mind as tricks. How do you put this question? Even the thoughts that are generated are mind tricks to show its resistance. Yeah. So the mind tricks that you see, anything that might want you to divert your attention from it. Like for example, there were so many people watching. The moment when I talk about this inner truth, 3-4 people gayab. It's the mind that plays. Oh, get off from here. Something is not convenient here. Something is not comfortable here. Get out. Mind tricks and doesn't want you to go deeper into that truth. It's one of the trick that the mind plays immediately to get out of it. Because you feel threatened, you feel scared, because you have strong beliefs now. All your life you have built a certain kind of belief, and some truths are coming and threatening your belief. Oh, no, this is not comfortable for me. So all the tricks that the mind takes, including even in meditation also, it does all this nonsense. Like it will keep you distracted. You see a vision, you see a God, you will get carried away with that vision. You'll see, what did goddess want to tell me? There is someone who's coming to tell me something in the dream, or someone in the vision, what is that message and all that. You get lost in that. Whereas you will have been noticed that you are trying to get into the self and all these things came to you. All the play of the mind. See, if it is a higher power that has to reveal something to you, it will be revealed. You don't have to struggle for it. That struggling is all the mind games. See, if what I'm trying to tell, if a power, a cosmic power, a deity or a god wants to really, that power has something to reflect and tell you something, it will just tell. If it has reached your vision till there, can't it convey the message? Very easy to understand, right? वहां तक अगर पहुंच गया आपके विजन तक, मैसेज देने को कितना टाइम लगता है? Where, but you are not catching the message, you are struggling with it. That means something, some mind game is going on. See, he says you can meditate with the eyes open or shut, whichever suits you best. It differs with different people. The real sight is when the mind looks through the eyes. If it's not looking through them because it is occupied with some interior things, it does not see, though the eyes are open. Similarly, noises, if you pay attention to them, you hear them. But if you persistently pay attention only to the self within, you will not hear them. This is what I said. See, this is what exactly happened in my experience that I told you. When it was completely inward and in the self, rooted in the self, all the outer noises just vanished. So he is just talking about where you put your awareness on. Question. The mind is fickle and wandering. How to control it? Ramana says, if you at once direct your attention to the question, who is the individual to whom fickleness is occurring? See, again he is going to the source. Then the tossing of the mind to and fro ceases. So the best way, he says, is don't fight with the thoughts. If there are too many thoughts and all, he is saying just go and become aware of who is the one who is getting affected. And going straight to the soul, to the self. Then what happens? Your attention does not go into the thoughts, it goes straight into the self. And when it gets stuck in the self, that experience overpowers all these thoughts. It's a beautiful way of doing it. I wanted to read one thing. What is the difference between meditation and self-inquiry? Self-inquiry is this: when we are going, who am I? I am not this body. That is called self-inquiry. When you are inquiring, so somebody asked him what is the difference between meditation and self-inquiry. Ramana says meditation can only occur if the ego is maintained. There is ego and the object meditated upon. That means there is this I who is meditating and the object on which I am meditating on. It might be an idol, it might be a symbol, it might be a Guru Chitra, it might be a mantra, it might be something, some light. There is still two: the person who is meditating and the one which is being focused upon. So he says there is ego and the object meditated upon. This method is indirect. On the contrary, by seeking the ego source, the ego disappears. So he is again saying go to the source from where all this ego is coming. Then the ego will disappear. Then he says what is left over is the self. What remains is just the self. This method is the direct one. One of the obstacles of meditation is to overcome laya. See, what we think is we have reached somewhere. Laya means the tandra. The tandra is the dullness. Most of the time while listening to this lives, you might go into that tandra, that state of laya. It's called laya, tandra avastha. Or just by sitting or contemplating, you can go. He says that is also an obstacle in meditation. One of the obstacle of meditation is to overcome this laya, which is temporary stillness or a lull. Hence the teacher who composed the Bhagavad Gita said, practice moderation in sleep. This means 4 to 5 hours of sleep. Practice moderation in sleep. Fakirs who tried to cut out the sleep altogether went to ecstatic extremes which are unnecessary. Fakirs means yogis who tried to completely discard the sleep went to too extreme, which is unnecessary, he says. Excessive sleep may be caused by overeating or overexertion. Overeating, ज़्यादा खाना, overexertion, ज़्यादा काम करना. So moderate these things too. Bring it into a moderate. Deep sleep is not possible in daytime as the sun's ray has a peculiar effect preventing it. Hence, if you doze in the daytime, it is very easy to turn that into meditation as it is close to that condition. See, he is saying, दिन में सोना बड़ा मुश्किल है क्योंकि सूर्य का किरणें, the sun rays is there, that is very powerful. So he says, अगर उस टाइम पे तंद्रा की अवस्था आती है या फिर निद्रा आती है या सोने की, turn that into this meditation, deep meditation. उसी नींद को, निद्रा को मेडिटेशन में कन्वर्ट करो and it will become very close to that condition, that meditative condition. So I always talk about this power naps. If you feel like having a sleep, don't lie down in the daytime. You just close your eyes and sit and go, okay, think that you're sleeping only, but you will see that your spine also will not shake. You will be erect and you will have a meditative sleep, which is something like Yog Nidra, 10-15 minutes and you're recharged for hours together. Try it and see. As regards sleep, the moment you wake up, be alert and begin to think of God or the self. Keep alert throughout the day, practice the presence of God or the self. The second obstacle is turning the mind. The second obstacle is the mind turning to external objects, Bahemukhi. When that is overcome, when that also is fulfilled, then he says the third obstacle is the meditator forgets that there is to practice meditation. The third obstacle he says that need to even practice meditation. Then the fourth obstacle arises, the mind working internally. So now when you turn completely internally, he says the fourth obstacle is the mind that begins working internally. It is difficult to control the mind. If it is difficult to control the mind, there is control by breath, which comes from practice alone. Otherwise, by the association of the wise, the mind comes under control spontaneously. Such is the greatness of satsanga or association with the wise. So he says it can be practiced by breath because breath and mind is all connected. If you focus on your breath, the inward breath and outward breath, suddenly you will see the mind thoughts all coming. Or he says through satsanga, through the association of the ones who are in this kind of space, you will see that the mind is stilling automatically. That is the power of satsanga, he says. It must be clearly understood that for meditation it is not prohibited to practice without postures, fixed times or other accessories. Okay, he says all that is good. As far as it is helping you, all these things, it's all good. What path do you advise? Somebody asked, we need your grace. And Ramana says, be still, do not think, and know that I am. Simplest and direct path. Be still, do not think, and know that I am. See, being still is awareness. When you get into awareness, I told you, I'm explaining so much. Suddenly everything, your mind, body, emotions, everything goes into a certain stillness. When you go into that stillness, the mind becomes active. The mind is still active. Now discard the mind there. How will you discard the mind? Don't fight. He says, the third point, know that I am. That means turn within and go into who am I? The source, the self. When you turn there, automatically the mind you are diverting from. Simple techniques. That is the path he advised. When the news of a devotee's marriage was conveyed to the Maharshi, someone asked, why has he done this? Surely he will fall back now. The Maharshi laughed and said, why should marriage interfere with his spiritual progress? Unless satisfaction of bodily needs, such as hunger, thirst, evacuation of excreta, etc., is done, meditation cannot progress. What he's trying to say is, here also somebody was scared about marriage and stuff. This is all about the grihastha. So he says, what's wrong in that? until the body has fulfilled its needs like hunger, thirst, or passing motions, etc., 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 meditation cannot progress. So that is an important aspect here, that the needs are met. Hypnotic methods are not advisable to induce yogic samadhi because light gazing stupefies the mind and produces catalepsy of will temporarily, and it secures no permanent benefit. Hypnotic methods, he says, inducing samadhi by any kind of hypnotic methods that we do, or light gazing, we do light gaze into the light, tratakas. He's not very much fond of tratakas. You keep something outside, put a light outside, because that's all dual. There's all hypnotic trance. You get into a hypnotic trance and you induce the mind. He says it actually stupefies, the light gazing stupefies the mind, means it stuns the mind and produces catalepsy of will temporarily. Matlab, it affects your sankalpa shakti and it secures no permanent benefit. There is no permanent benefit in this. Truly speaking, meditation is remaining fixed in the self, but when thoughts come across the mind and the effort is made to eliminate them, the effort is termed as meditation. See how he is defining meditation. Truly speaking, meditation is remaining fixed on the self. That is true meditation. Dhyana should be only on the self. I am the self. That is true meditation. But when thoughts come across the mind, when thought comes and when the effort is made to eliminate them, when internally we try to eliminate them to some process, that effort is called as meditation. Remain as you are, that is the aim. The technique of meditation is negative only as much as thoughts are kept away. So the whole idea is about that. He's not much for battling with the mind on anything. How to meditate, with eyes open or closed? Ramana, it may be done either way. The point is that the mind must be introverted and kept active during its pursuit. Sometimes, when the eyes are closed, the latent thoughts rush forth with great vigor. It may also be difficult to introvert the mind with the eyes open, as that requires a lot of strength of mind. When the mind takes in objects, it is contaminated. The main factor is to keep off other thoughts and to keep the mind in its own pursuit without taking in external impressions or thinking of other matters. So he is talking about the impracticality and the practicality of keeping the eyes open and doing it. It's all about the introversion of the mind, he says. We're going deep, antarmukhi. Introversion means antarmukhi, going within, than extroverted. So with the eyes open, he says it might be a challenging, it might be very difficult with the eyes open to go introverted. But I guess the awareness practices is already proving that it's very easy. With your eyes open also you can go introvert. My mind is not steady in meditation. Ramana says, whenever it wanders, turn it inward again and again. The mind is too weak. Strengthen it by practice, by reducing the thoughts to a single one. This is for starters again. If there is too much of thoughts and you want to go too much, do not try to just discard everything. He says, bring all the thoughts to one thought. That is what specifically we do mantra japa. We all attention is on one mantra all the time. Or we just say om, om, om. When we are repeating om, what we are doing is we are bringing everything to one thought. Thought also is an om. Om also is a thought, because you are thinking it, and that om is happening in your mind. It's an experience in the mind. So that's still okay because you are centering it to one thought. These some points are very very deep. I just don't want to go into it. It will confuse. If the mind is fixed on it, the self, if the mind is fixed on the self and the man senses it continuously, automatically it is realization. For now, it is a foretaste of realization. So, if you get glimpses of it, it's a foretaste of realization. But if you can continuously, if man can sense that self continuously and stay on that, automatically it is self realization of the self. Do we have any questions? Merging the chit with the sat is all about realization. No, not really. The chit and the sat are already merged. Realizing that it is merged is realization. You don't have to do, see, there again the doer will come. Merging the chit with the, so who is going to merge the chit? We should not go into all that. The chit and sat is all merged. I just gave different examples of it. Who is the sat and what is the chit doing to that sat? They are all together. They cannot survive without each other. Shiva and Shakti cannot survive without each other. So I just split and gave you the examples, but they are always together. You cannot split them. So there is nothing to merge this and that. These are all mind games. They are already merged. They are already in the perfect state. What is feeling that it is different? The mind is creating that illusion. So the mind has to be destroyed. The moment mind is destroyed, you will realize the real truth of this Satchit. I'll just end in another 5 minutes. Beautiful. Why is, okay, there are different routes to Tiruvannamalai. Ramana is talking. There are different routes to Tiruvannamalai, but Tiruvannamalai is the same by whichever route it is reached. Similarly, the approach to the self varies according to the personality, yet the self is the same. Somebody else also he asked, do we do yoga, do we do pranayam, do we do hatha yoga, or do we do meditation, or do we do japa, or do we do bhakti, or do we do seva? Ramana just said one thing. You go to Makkah Medina, you move around in whichever, how many rounds also you take in that, you will enter only through one Kaaba. The passage is only one. Whatever you do. Why is it? Why is it that the mind cannot be turned inward in spite of repeated attempts? Ramana says, it is done by abhyasa, practice, and vairagya, dispassion, and that succeeds only slowly. The mind, having been so long used to go outwards, is not easily turned inwards. A cow accustomed to graze thievishly on others' estate is not easily confined to its shed. However, its keeper tempts it with luscious grass and fine fodder. It refuses for the first time, but then it takes a bit of it, and its innate tendency to stray asserts itself and it slips away. On being repeatedly tempted by the owner, it accustoms itself to the stall. Finally, even if it is let loose, it will not go astray. Similarly, with the mind, if once it finds its happiness within, it will not dwell outside. So he's telling again and again, the cow goes and grazes in all other fields and it will not come. You give it grass and fodder and all that, it might come, taste, and it will run again. So if you repeatedly keep on doing, a stage will come where it will not go out at all and it will be at that only, this place only having this fodder. So he's referring that to the mind actually. See about solitude so beautifully he says, is solitude necessary for a jnani? Ramana says, one might be in amidst the world and maintain serenity, such as a one in solitude. Another may stay in a lonely forest and be unable to control his mind. He can't be said to be in solitude. A man attached to desire cannot get solitude. Whatever he may be, wherever he may be, a detached man is always in solitude. Even one who is working with detachment is working in solitude. And his work does not affect him. When work is performed with attachment, it is a shackle. Solitude is not in forests only. It can be had in midst of worldly occupations also. But the mind slips away out of our control. Ramana, be it so. Do not think of it. When you recollect, bring it back and turn it inward. That is enough. No one succeeds without efforts. Mind control is not one's birthright. The successful few who owe their the successful few owe their success to their perseverance. Means consistently keep on doing it is what he is. How to meditate? Somebody asked him. One simple answer that he gives. All you need to learn is to just close your eyes and turn inwards. That's it. Yeah. And then he was telling in this para here, do not tell this path to all. Only the few who manifest an anxiety to know the truth and an eagerness to find it should be told. With all others, be silent and keep it secret. That is why we are having a personal session here, private session. He says, don't talk this to all. Only those who have an anxiety to know the truth, that urge to know the truth, and an eagerness to find it, only they should be told. Rest all, be silent with them. Beautiful. This is all his life theory only. He was the same. Only those who walked to him and had an eagerness, he spoke to them. Rest all, he just summairu. It was silence. Any other questions, dear ones? So I hope today's session helped you in multiple ways to get more deeper and to contemplate more deeper. See, I was watching today one session and so beautiful points were there. I just made quick notes of it because I just want to reflect on it. The silence is more than the noise, what I was telling you. There's so much. And I was thinking how it is more. I was going deeper, deeper, deeper. In my body also, if you see, there's so much silence. In the house also you see, there might be noise, there might be TV, there might be somebody. But if you see the whole day, 24 days, hours a day, silence will be more because night time there is more silence. Silence is actually predominant. The world is all in chaos. You move out of the world into the galaxy, it's complete silence. The whole universe is silent. You go into, see, 75% of the earth is occupied by water. We all know it. And what happens when you go into the ocean? You go deep down and it's silence. When you fly out in the plane, you go in the Akash Tattva, silence. Out there, everything out there is complete silence. So silence is actually predominating the noise. And that tattva is there within us also. We are also silence. But we have got accustomed to people telling us that we are noise and everything is noise. So I made that point. It's a very good. And somebody was telling, treat the thoughts as your bad neighbor. One technique. How will you treat your bad neighbor, who's not a good thing? And how will your reaction be when you see that neighbor, when that person talks, or when that person stands outside the home, or you will just ignore that person. It's like that person does not exist. That bad neighbor does not exist for you. So somebody said, some disciple of Ramana only said, treat that thoughts as a bad neighbor. as though you don't exist for it and it does not exist for you. Thank you, Amartaji. See, some you were telling, no, Anita ji, that mind. What did you say here? Even the thoughts that are generated are mind tricks to show its resistance. That you asked. Here, I had made a point today where it says mind takes power from you and fools you. See, how does a mind survive? Mind is there because as long as you are alive, the mind is alive. Mind, where does it get power from? Where does thoughts get from? It's your own Shakti. It is taking from your chitta, your consciousness. From your consciousness only mind comes out, and the whole energy and the fuel that it takes is from you. And some person said, see, it takes fuel from you only and fools you only. It takes power from you, survives and tricks you only. It is like a traitor, astin ka samp. It takes live in your own place only. वो बोलते हैं ना, खाने के थाली में छेद. So you put a hole in the plate that you eat. That means you are a traitor. The mind is a traitor, it says. It fools you only. Yeah, regarding the save also, I was telling this, the kind of activities, the good activities that we do, the reformers, all the people, the great people who come to change this world, the patriotism, the patriotics, there are so much of patriotics. I will save my country. India is a superpower. Let's make this a superpower. Somebody other says make it. They all ego games. You look at an Avdut, they have no country also. I cannot find a single Avdut who is patriotic. They don't know what is the country and all that. They have no boundaries. For them, the whole world is one family, one big family. Patriotism means separation. You're saying I am different, you are different. Boundaries. The moment you go into boundaries, you cannot go into non-duality. These are all illusions then. So be very careful when you are going into that. The patriotism. I told you that story, I'll just repeat it. Swami Vivekananda went to Kashmir and saw that temple of Mahakali completely destroyed by the Mughals, and he was ferocious. Perhaps it happened 100 years back, and he saw that, so badly whole temple was demolished. And he said, this is my mother's temple. It has been destroyed. And he closed his eyes and he's praying to the Divine Mother. He's saying, oh my mother, if I would have been there 100 years back, I wouldn't have allowed this kind of atrocity to happen to you. What have these people done to you? Look at this. How dare they do it? And suddenly he hears a voice of the mother saying, so you think you can protect me? I who make this universe, I who have created all these temples, who have created everything including you think I need a protector? And you think I cannot build a temple? Forget saving it. You think I cannot save a temple? And you think I only live in this one place? He is shocked to hear this. This is there again in his letters, Swami Vivekananda letters. He says, that moment I fell to my knees and all my patriotism vanished that day. After that Vivekananda spent a lot of time in deep meditation. And that is the time he began withdrawing from the world. He had done enough. He had gone here, there, traveled to the US, did a lot of reforms. He vowed that until my country becomes poor, free from poverty, and every child has food to eat, I will not restrain back. And now he reflects everything and sees this is not how the world functions. From that moment, he begins retracting from the world. He realizes that it's futile. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You cannot come here and change this world. This is a quality of this world. The three gunas are going to be in this world. No Maikal can come on this earth and make it only Satoguna. Even if you make it, it's temporary. It will skip down again back into its position of having the three gunas. So it is a temporary effort that's going on. So what I'm trying is, do not get caught in that loop of saying that, I am a part of this and I am doing this. No way. The creator who has made it knows it very well. That is when people talk to me about suffering, there's so much of suffering. You are not, you are stone-hearted when you say this. You can't, how can you see the suffering of others? I mean, you can do help the world. It's not that, for example, if I am a person of awareness and I am going somewhere and somebody is suffering there something, or somebody has fallen down, somebody is hurt, somebody is weeping, or somebody is injured, and I say no, I am unaware, I am detached, it won't happen. See, something will spontaneously happen to you. That is what I am telling. There is no need for you to plan everything and decide everything and think about everything, conclude about everything, and feel that I have to go and do this, I have to. No, if it is needed, that divinity will work through you. That is how we all function. The cosmos, the creator, does through everybody. See, when you are in trouble, somebody comes to help you. Something is working, you are praying to the divine, and suddenly some help will come to you through some person or place or thing. And then you see, oh my god, I got timely help. The person did not help, doing through someone. So that doing which happens through that person, that is important. That is non-doership. Means I am available as an instrument wherever I am needed, but I don't decide on it myself. I am not using my ego to decide, let me do this kind of a thing and let me be a part of this revolution. That is doership. Because when you do things with doership, you attract the karmic consequences also of that doership. When you do it in non-doership and allow yourself to be an instrument, you are not affected by the karma at all. There is no consequence to it because you are not the doer. Somebody did it, so it goes back to somebody. You are just merely doer. So all the avatars, all the great Mahapurushas who are there, they have been in that zone of non-doership. Yes. Finally, I'll just end with that thing that I left incomplete, what I was talking about, the mind. All these things, all these drama appears only till the mind is alive. See, once you go to sleep, everything is gone. There is no reformer, there is no changer, there is no misery, there is nothing, everything is gone. Your world is dead. You are non existent. This is exactly what happens when you attain moksha. The sleep state can be understood. Or you are Jagrit, you are understanding it, you went into the deep sleep, the Sushupti Avastha. In the deep sleep, the pure awareness that you are, which you are experiencing, that is what will be the final. Where moksha means it is darkness, it is like night. There is no world, there is no cosmos, there is no drama, there is no illusion, everything is gone. Like the night darkness, you are only there as awareness. So, the Tripura Rahasya also talks about this only. The Jagrita Avastha, awakened state, the Nidra Avastha or the Swapna Avastha, which is the dream state in which you are having dreams, and the Sushupti Avastha, deep sleep state. The deep sleep state represents from where we came from, that nothingness. So we go into that nothingness, you just become aware of it, aware of the things. You are not. This can be expanded into your Jagrit and Swapnavastha also. This is what the mystics do through their intense practice and all. They get into that state of awareness where this night time, whatever is there, that just experience of the pure awareness, you are just awareness and nothing else exists in your mind. That can be brought into the other two Jagrita Avasthas and the Swapna Avasthas. That is how the mystics live. So for them, you go in front of an Avadhuta, they will not even know who you are. They might stare at you just as though an object is in front of them. That's all. You are dead to them. Oh, they bless and they don't bless. You need mind to bless. You need sankalpa. Sankalpas happen in the mind to even think. To bless somebody, you need to generate something. They don't generate anything. Then how do you benefit? The energies. That God form energy which is there already, which is already radiating from there, that if you are receptive, you will catch it. As simple as that. If you are not receptive, it will not help you in any ways. It's not going to even touch you. So they are in that state where they are pure, this night sleep state. So you can see that they are in that kind of a state where nothing exists to them, nothing, and whatever comes into their experience also is an illumination. See, in Vedanta it is called anything that comes into your experience, into your chitta, that is an object. In general words, we call these an object. This is a book, this is a pen, this is a mobile, this is a laptop. These are objects, this is a specs. These are objects for us. But in Vedanta, if you see, they refer even the abstract things as objects. Like thought also is an object for them. Emotion is an object. That is how these things appear to the chitta. Suppose you are in deep meditation, deep, let's say Turiya Avastha. Turiya Avastha is just like the sleep state where you are sleeping. You are just aware of the sleeper, that's all. You are not aware of everything. So you are in the Turiya, and let's say one thought comes in. Let's say one thought comes in. It is just like the galaxy. The whole cosmos, there is darkness everywhere. The stars can be seen shining, there is planets can be seen, but there is darkness everywhere. Actually, there is no darkness. It is all light. What you see as darkness in the galaxy out there in the cosmos, we call it darkness. It's not darkness. You ask science, that will tell you. See, the light is there. Only thing, there is no object to illuminate it. If it is dark space, there's nothing to be seen. But the moment a comet goes from it, suddenly you will see one comet shining. Why? That means there was light there. Light is going all the time, but there is nothing to catch it. There is no object to come in it. The light is going. So that transparency of that light appears as darkness. But the moment a planet comes into its place, suddenly it gets illumined. Saw that? That means light is there. Now the light has fallen on that and it has reflected back. This is exactly what happens in deep Turiya. Everything is there, the light is there, every awareness is there, awareness light is there, light of awareness is there. One thought comes into picture, it gets illumined. Or any emotion comes, it gets illumined. This is how we have thousands of thoughts and all are illumined. And the mind is fully clouded. Actually, it is empty. Empty and only has the light of pure awareness. But one thought came, two thought came, three thought came, four thought came, sixth experience, seventh object, sixth sound you hear, eighth smell you get, ninth memory you get. All these things are coming into the mind and becoming an experience. Exactly the same way the world is coming to that reality, and thus it is becoming. Like, for example, now I can see the trees, I can see everything outside there because there is light here. Light is reflecting on it. In darkness, I cannot see it. Only when there is light, you can see things. When there is no light, you cannot see. Are you getting that? So, in the darkness, what we are talking about, we are talking in the light of awareness. There is light, but we feel there is nothing there. But whatever comes into it, object comes into it, it gets illumined. That is called as becoming conscious of. Till now, it's all dark. Suddenly something comes, it gets illumined. Oh, I am conscious of this. I am aware of this. So what? Your chitta is that. Chitta is that dark, so-called dark space, and you are the mere observer in that. Whatever is there in that chitta you are observing, the chitta goes and touches whatever, illuminates it, and suddenly it becomes aware of it. One plane goes in the dark, the chitta becomes aware of it, and now you are experiencing the plane. So this is what the self experiences through the chitta. Great. So with this, I think we will end this session, and I'm glad I'm getting these feedbacks and you all enjoyed it. Very nice. Okay, I answered all the questions. So with this, I think I'll take your leave when it's 5:15. Okay. Yeah, Shabnam. Devi Amma's video. Yeah. Devi Amma is full of wisdom, but she will not open up. So the thing is, when I put a lot of questions to her, and slowly she tells all that. She talks about higher realms, all those experiences, and I keep asking questions. She tells, but I doubt if she will tell that on video, because she is very reserved with what she talks about. And she said that is the reason she is pulled out from not talking a lot of things, because people misunderstand very easy. And she said it's a difficult world out there. To It's better to remain silent, like Ramana says. So that is she what she advised me also, to not get too much into things, and these things, like these kind of facts and things, and not to. So I'm just keeping it only to few people here. Yeah, Mala ji, thank you so much. Saraswati ji, Shilpa ji, Shabnam, Asha ji, Deepavali, Ramila, Deepak, Vrinda, Anita ji, Chaitanyam speaks, Lalita ji, Vasanta ji. Okay, Dr. Venu, glad to have Lalita ji, Narlakanti ji, Jyotika, Amartya, Poonam ji. Nice to see you all. So, with this, lots of divine love and light to all of you. May we all ascend much divine love. Stay blessed.